And with that, we are going to kick off race day number 4, day number 5 of race week. We're going to start off with that rowdy radio class. Thank you so much, Mr. Springley, once again, and we'll have him one more time tomorrow. We appreciate you coming along, and again, you'll see him in the hot rod category. The red and white striped 66 Chevelle. And he's out here on his honeymoon with his brand new bride. They got married last week, so congratulations. And you guys are apparently still married and getting along, so not too bad, not too shabby. Right there. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Two enthusiastic thumbs up. Running first again into the rowdy radio category. This is the 26 850 Slicker, a 235 radio. And it looks like we have the one taker. That's Josh Rich. Yesterday, he had the rear tire fall off, well, shear off, all the lug studs on this thing, and he spun it at about 80 feet. Didn't hit anything, the bed side's totally fine, got some studs, put it all back together, and here he is. Attention to the pits, Unlimited. Unlimited coming up 4 and 5. Unlimited coming up 4 and 5. So your leader in the category. Attention to the pits. Hot Rod coming up 2 and 3. Again, Unlimited coming up 4 and 5, and Hot Rod coming up 2 and 3. And let's do more. See up here relatively soon. Anthony Salazar, who you see pulling into the water in the right lane. In that square body truck, his average 10 flat. That is it. 1, 2, and 3 in the category. Unfortunately, Danny Allen, his week is over. So here's number 2 and number 3. In the left lane, that's 70 Nola, number 2. Again, his average 809. He's been as quick as 769. And this is the last day for these racers to lock in those averages. We heads up race our quickest rides. Our quickest 32. We do that 9-second range. Just sort of judging on what we've got left in competition. We started with about 240 cars. And I think we're probably hovering in the 210-ish range. He goes 840 at 162 on his first lick, 979 at 137 in the right lane. Again, Unlimited come on down 4 and 5, Hot Rod 2 and 3, and Motorcycles up to lane number 1. Again, racers, if you can put your numbers on the right side of the ride for us, that's going to help us a ton. Ron will help you out with that as well as we get going, but if you can do it, that'll save him a little bit of time.
It sounds like every other.
You're watching everything you see by the time we're finished with this race. You must drive your car to each of the tracks. You're allowed to tow the little trailers that you see that are out there. And that's it. We are just going to real quick check the racetrack, and then we're going to bring you Eric Kuhn. He's pulling up in that 55 Chevy. His average right now is 746, and he's been as quick as 743. Real consistent ride. 749, 747, and 743 for a total of 746. Also, thank you all spectators for coming out here. Doing a little school night drag racing with us here on Thursday. We do have the official Rocky Mountain Race Week merchandise available, and it's at the bus that's over there. We call it the Struggle Bus. The ladies over there would be happy to get you into the official shirt that they give out to the Rocky Mountain Race Week competitors, and they've got a bunch of alternate shirts as well. They got hats, koozies, keychains, all kinds of cool stuff over there. So make sure you cruise over there and check that out while you're making your way around. Also, Brian Tooley Racing is set up out in the pits there as well. They've got shirts and hats and all the Brian Tooley merchandise in there. Here's Kuhn, the 55. Again, a mid-7 second street car. From a dead stop to a quarter mile, the thing runs 185 miles an hour. And we drove from Port Allen, Louisiana to Monroe this morning. We did have one drive day, 440 miles that we did. We did that on Tuesday. And you may think you drive your street car a lot. 440 miles is a lot in one day. He did it in a mid-7 second 55 Chevrolet. Your leader in the class called Ultimate Radial. At the stripe, 759, 181. Again, right off of the road. He just drove this thing this morning from Port Allen to Monroe, about 150 miles on the street.
9-0, Adam. 9-0, please.
Attention to the pits, 9-0. 9-0, come on up 4 and 5, please. 9-0, come on up 4 and 5, please. Here's John Wishman in the right lane with that Malibu. His average right now, 954. He's lined up next to Michael Bogler with the 62 Nova long roof car. They call it Jack Wagon. His average, 895. There's 905, 152, and Wishman puts off a 930 first thing off the street. Goes 935. In the 68 Camaro. His average right now, 952. Third place in the unlimited category at the moment. Again, 9-0, 9-0, come on down 4 and 5, please. 9-0, come on down 4 and 5, please.
Tower code?
1995. Not retired. Here's the Falcon. Pulling in the water. Down just a moment, and we'll bring you that pair. Rod Bartholomew in the right lane, the Falcon. The left lane is Brady Blumma. He calls the truck the Tube Sock. Chad Reynolds is up here and he goes, the Tube Sock, I like that. As do I, that's why I said it. If you name your car something stupid, I won't say it. But if you name your car something cool, every single time.
There's a fine line between cool and stupid.
There is a very fine line between cool and stupid, and I'm the judge of that. So it's very, you know, it's very different for each person. We have a little downtime. Larry Dawkins, jumpers hitting. He's the active duty paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne. He's a welder and machinist for the 82nd Airborne. How about a parachutist, welder, and machinist? Also, it's his 30th birthday. So you need to buy him 30 shots. Let's go. Here's Rod Bartholomew. Attention in the pits. Tenno, come on up 2 and 3. Tenno, come on up 2 and 3. Yeah, most of his paint is sitting at the bottom of so you know it's got the stank with the mile an hour. 10:59 in the left lane for Blumma. That's right on cue. He's a 10:68 average right now, but he's been 10:91, 10:57, 10:58. will smartly pull off to the left side there. 1248 at 104 in the right lane for Yusuf Hayek, and we'll see what's going on with the C10 in the left lane. So racers, if you have parachutes on your ride and you pull that parachute, we need you to go all the way up around the corner, because that is the return road back, or well, part of the shutdown road over there. You need to get yourself onto the full-on like return road with your parachute before you start wrapping the thing up. Otherwise, we have to stop and wait for you to do that before we can send more cars, which is the hold we're on right now. So again, if you are dropping laundry, make sure you make your way all the way around that curve and get yourself to the return road, and not just on that curve here that is still part of the shutdown area. Here's Kelly Springerly, the 66 Chevelle, in the left lane. The right lane, the fair lane, I believe is on competition ride. His average 1875, Springerly 1510. This is last and second to last in this category. 1840 and 1833. Springerly's ride is a little bit off his normal pace. Again, low 15-second ride normally. Motorcycles, we have the two of them. Keep in mind, these folks are riding on the same roads and riding with everything they need to do on the motorcycle as well. It's Chris Baker in the left left lane, the leader of the category, and Pat Cook in second place. 10:86 for Chris Baker, but that should be an 8-second bike. He's been 9:15 and 9:13. But I have seen that thing run in the 8-second range. It's got a turbo on it. The right lane was Pat Cook with a 10:63. Here's Jacoby Betts in the right lane, the second-gen Camaro. Your leader in the 9.0 category. This is like an index type race. So we're looking for that number of 9.00 in the right lane. His average right now is 9.03. He's ahead of Vince Rui with a 9.04. And Luna Tran with a 9.08. Looking to put it on the number right now. Left lane is Chris Atkinson. In the right lane. 890 is too quick. That's like Price is Right. You have to get the price without going over. He went over. And in this case, under. 890 is like a breakout in a bracket race. And you can turn that in. That means you're still in competition, which is awesome. But we call that a 20-second time slip. Here's Dustin Peterson in the right lane. The Cornhusker Cougar. His average right now, 9:36. Same bat time, same bat channel, looking for a 9 flat. Left lane is Keith Mott. This is number 4 and number 5. Mott at 9:39 average. So same deal, looking for 9 flats on both sides of the racetrack. Can get to that 9 flat number. He was 977. Attention in the pits, 11-0, 11-0, come on up 4 and 5, 11-0, come on up 4 and 5. Here is Luna Tran, third place in the 9-0 category in the left lane. The GTR out of Jotech. You see the Hello Kitties on the back wing. He's lined up next to Michael Austin with the Corvette. He's outside looking in mid-10-second performance in the 9-0 category. And again, Tran, her average right now, a 9.08. So she's definitely in striking distance of Vince Rui and Jacoby Betts, who we saw earlier. We have not seen Vince Rui yet with his 62 Nova. Both rides are away, looking for those 9 flats. 941 and 931. No help for either driver. Once again, 11-0, 11-0, come on up 4 and 5, please. 11-0, come on up 4 and 5, please. Here's one of our rookies in the left lane. They have the R on the front of the window there. That means it's a rookie. That's a deal I put on. Rookies and young guns. So rookie's never done a drag and drive before as a competitor. You can have been a co-pilot before, but you can have not competed before. Young guns are 21 or younger by the last day of the event. I start with $250 of my own dollars. I beg, borrow, and steal money throughout the week. And I come up with up to $1,320 to split between the two. So one of our rookies in the left lane, Travis Urbach. Actually, I think he's an old rookie. That's an old sticker. His average right now, 10.01 in the 10.0 category, and your leader. That Diamond T, he goes 992, looking for a 10 flat for Urbach in the left lane. He goes 998. And he'll need to bring that back around. Here's Mike Mead, 4th place in the category. In the right lane, again, that 10.0 category with that S550 Mustang. He's a big Mustang guy. Left lane, the orange Hellcats, a little orange on orange action coming at you here. That's John Hardesty with the Hellcat. His average right now, 1073 outside looking into that 10.0 category. Again, this is the last day that these racers can use to improve. We freeze those averages. They have to make the drive back to Lufkin. 10.09 off the street in the right lane for Mike Mead. But again, they freeze those averages. They make the drive back to Lufkin, and once they break the beams, that will lock those in. Red Hat Scotty in the right lane. Out of the Brian Tooley Racing stables with his Fox Mustang. He bought this in high school. This is a high school car. Left lane is TJ Moses, the 88 Camaro. This is number 3 and number 5 in the class. Red Hat Scotty's average right now, 10.06. Not gonna happen for Moses. He hits the limiter about 300 feet and goes 10.73, but 10.02 for Red Hat Scotty. Off the street, 150 miles today. Pulls it off the street and puts it on the number. And there goes the dude. He'll meander on back. He rides with his dad. They call the dude. His name's Sid, but everyone calls him the dude. Here's the Volvo, the 84 Volvo 240. His average right now, 10.35. That's Billy Sidoff. Behind the controls, left lane is Bo Atherton with the Silverado truck. Again, 11-0. You should be making your way down to 4 and 5, please. 11-0, come on up, 4 and 5, please. Little bit of smoke there at the top end with that 1040. In the left lane, 1069 in the right lane for Sidoff with that Volvo. So we'll be down a minute while we check that out. Sitting back in the water, though, that Grand National. And that awesome square body truck. Todd Kay in the right lane with that Grand National. His average right now, 10.10. However, last night he went 10.009 with that ride. So you know it's got the capability to do it. Did that at State Capitol Raceway. Again, we started at Pine Valley Raceway in Lufkin, Texas. The next night we went over to Ennis, Texas at the Texas Motorplex. We had a drive day on Tuesday. We drove 440 miles in one day. Last night we ran at State Capitol Raceway in Port Allen, Louisiana. We're here tonight at Twin City Raceway in Monroe, Louisiana. And then tomorrow night, we're at Lufkin, Texas. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And again, we finish up Lufkin, Texas at Pine Valley, 3-10, with awards to follow. We were talking about maybe trying to move that up, but with a long drive and without that drive day, we're going to keep it with 3-10, and then awards to follow. And that last day is our shootout day. We heads up race our quickest 32 cars in 3 different classes. The FAF8, our quickest 8 rides, are racing for $7,500. The BMF8, the 9th to 16th quickest ride, racing for $2,500 in the quick 16, racing for $1,000. We also have the Rowdy Radial Shootout. We have 2 rides left in competition, I believe. Chris Patterson with his diesel truck, and Josh Rich with his Colorado truck. They'll be racing for $1,000. The class leader or class winner of that class also gets $1,000. Attention to the pits again, 11-0, 11-0. This is your final call, the 4 and 5. Let's go ahead and get NA Small Block. NA Small Block coming up 2 and 3, please. NA Small Block coming up 2 and 3, please. While we're down here for a little bit, just a quick shout out to all of our sponsors. We can't do it without them. Motion Raceworks, our title sponsor. They also are the proprietors of TBM, the brake band. There's Levi Holt and Bella Holt. What up, you guys? We may or may not have made a trip over to Mexico earlier. Bella's sworn to secrecy. Can't tell Mom on that about that deal. We'll see Levi. He'll be running the 14-0 truck in the 13-0 category, and then they'll swing it back around, and we'll see Bella in the junior street category, which is a really cool one that I'll talk to you about when that gets closer. But again, Motion Raceworks, our title sponsor. TBM Brakes, Rife Sensors. We appreciate having them on board. Our presenting sponsor, Sick the Magazine. This is a drag and drive centric magazine, and it's like a coffee table book. It's full color, page to cover to cover, limited ads inside the thing, and it's all drag and drive all the time. We appreciate Sick the Mag coming on board. And if you've heard of Sick Week or Sick Summer or Sick 66, that's those guys. Tom Bailey, his company, appreciate them on board. BANGshift.com, of course, with that live stream, and all you folks on that BANGshift.com live stream and in the chat bleachers, appreciate you hanging out with us all week. Y'all are the real heroes. Enjoying the end part of your workday with us. Roar Performance is back on board as well. All the LS and LT performance parts that you can put your hands on. They're also well known for the War Performance throttle bodies. Go check them out. WARR Performance. Tuned by JP, that's Jim Parkinson. He's normally out here with us running his second-gen Camaro that he calls BG. However, we're missing him there this week. He's got too much work. It happens. Safer Specialties. And unfortunately, Troy is out of competition as well. Had some issues with his ride, but Safer Specialties, a new one for us this year. Appreciate them coming on board. The Roadrunner Stop Boutique. Our leader, I think she's still the lead. No, she's not. Is she? Hold on. She was the leader in one of our classes. And I don't see her on there, but we're happy to have her back on board. Yeah, she's not. So again, that GTR, we'll see that ride coming up very soon. Oh, it's back there in the lanes. Hey. Portable car hoist. They're out there in the staging lanes, helping out all of our racers. That's Bobby Burr. He's got about 50 more spots on that raffle, whatever you want to call it, to raffle off one of those portable car hoists. So go check that out. It's a hoist that you hook on the back of your truck and you can bring around to your broken down stuff. So thanks so much to Bobby for coming on back on board with the portable car hoist. Parts Legion is back on board. Their sister company, Revenge Performance, has been with us before. Now Parts Legion back on board. Appreciate having them on. Norex Engineering. All of our racers got an E85 testing kit from Norex Engineering in their goodie bag. We appreciate them coming on board here this year. Moody's Performance and Design. Lots and lots of motorcycle upgrade parts from Moody's Performance and Design, and he's sponsoring that motorcycle class. We appreciate having him on board. Again, Monroe Motorsport, they're set up out in the pits as well. If you need pistons for your ride, or you have something coming up where you have a project where you may need pistons, go talk to Eric Grillo. It was his birthday yesterday. I was saying that he was like 85 years old, and he came in for dinner and said, man, you just made my mom real bad, because if I'm 85, that makes her like 117. But thanks so much to Eric Grillo for being back on board with Monroe Pistons. If you need pistons for your ride, make sure you cruise over there to the tent and see Eric about pistons. They have a lot of shelf-type pistons, so your normal everyday applications, and they can also do custom pistons. Check them out with that custom piston program as well. Getting help from Juggernaut Welding and Fab. They've got the Juggernaut Welding truck around here somewhere, and they're helping keep competitors on the road. And they're out of the southern part of Colorado, like Colorado Springs-ish area. So if you need any fabrication and welding done on anything that you've got coming around, make sure you check with Juggernaut for that. Jotech Motorsports is on board as well. That's Luna Tran getting help from those guys as well. Thanks so much to Jotech for coming back on board. And Luna's got that GTR that you saw earlier in the 9.0 category. Back to business now. Todd K, the Grand National, in the right lane. Left lane is Jeremiah Crook. And 12 in the right lane for the V6 powered Buick Grand National, and a 1070 in the left lane. Attention to the pits, and a big block. And a big block coming up 4 and 5, please. And a big block. Come on up 4 and 5, please, for your first lick here at Twin City Raceway, the House of Hook. Here's Jesse Hazlitt in the right lane. Hazlitt, the active duty Army man. He's a warrant officer in an aviation maintenance unit. Second place in the 10.0 category. His average right now, 10.04. Needs to be 10.00 probably, or yeah, 10.00 something, to start putting some pressure on Travis Urbach and get a little bit of breathing room between him and Red Hat Scotty. So the right lane, looking for that 10 flat. Left lane is Benny Geisbright with the Silverado. Outside looking in that 10.0 category, been in the 11-second range, but looking for 10 flats in both lanes. He goes 10.06 off the street and 12.26 in the left lane for the pickup truck. Sarah Thorpe pulls into the water in the left lane. Oh, a lot of smoke at the top end of the racetrack. So we're going to go check that out. These cars have 750 street miles on them, so they've been kind of wrung out a little bit, as you can tell. So we'll go check that out, and we'll bring you our next pair, moving into the 11.0 category now. So again, while we check that out, let me run through the rest of our sponsors. High Speed Media. High Speed Media does all of the social media, the official social media for Rocky Mountain Race Week and Race Week. If you've got a business that needs help doing social, reach out to highspeed.media. Also, while you're at it, check out the official Rocky Mountain Race Week YouTube channel, Facebook page, Instagram, all the socials. Doing lots and lots of updates throughout the race, and then in between races, we'll give you updates on what's going on with the next plan for Race Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week. And next year is going to be Mega Week. It's going to be absolutely insane. Matt Frost was like, hey man, you think I'm nuts now? You just wait. Mega Week's going to be absolutely nuts. It'll be in the first week of June. It's going to be 2 Dragon Drives at the same time. We typically run the Race Week and the Rocky Mountain Race Week in 2 different times of the year. Mega Week's going to do both at the same time. So Rocky Mountain Race Week's going to run from 8 a.m. until 3 p.m. And then Race Week's going to run from 3 p.m. till 10 p.m. It's going to be absolutely nuts. I'm going to be on the mic for some of that. Chad Reynolds, who's from BANGshift, is going to be helping out with that as well. And we are working out all the details. In fact, Matthew called me, I don't know, 2 weeks ago. And he was like, hey, tell me about what we should do with this and this and this. And I was like, are you talking about Race Week coming up or Mega Week? And he was like, Mega Week. He's already doing planning for it. Right, like before the race even started. There's Walt Doyle. Thankfully, he's wearing long pants. Oh, look how wide his legs are. That's wild. He told me I'm number 1, too. That's right, I'm number 1. We'll see Walter Doyle in the hot rod category. He's got that twin turbo 66 Chevelle, and he's leading the class right now. He's hanging out with his wife, Catherine, who's way cooler than he is. It's just true. I mean, we both know that. And now everyone else does. They also sort of, like, they're nuts. They do this crazy where they camp at all these racetracks because this is expensive, y'all. If you need to pay for a hotel every night and fuel and fixing your car and parking lot beers, something's got to give. So he kept parking lot beers and he got rid of hotels. And again, we'll see him in the hot rod category with his 66 Chevelle when it comes up. He did not make that first lick when we had them come back around, but he's out here checking out the racetrack and seeing what he thinks. What do you think, left lane or right lane? You said they're about even. Right lane? Right lane. Okay. So we'll see Walter Doyle with the 66 Chevelle in the right lane. Coming up very soon. Again, your leader in that category. Big shout out to Force Performance, the official turbocharger of Race Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week. Robert Young threw in candy into those goodie bags for all the Race Week competitors. He was actually a checkpoint on the Rocky Mountain Race Week event, based out of Texas. And if you need a turbocharger for your ride, make sure you check out Force Performance. They've got budget-minded turbochargers, then all the way up to, I mean, as much as you want. There's Rich Thorpe walking back. Hey, Rich. Rich and Sarah, husband-wife team, they normally have their son Cameron out here as well. He's like, he must be busy. He's at school probably. Yeah, he's working. Yeah, it's just, yeah, exactly. Exactly. He should maybe just retire like us. But he's like 20 or something, so he can't retire yet. But Sarah, you see back in the GTO, she's sitting behind the water. She'll be in our next pair. And we'll see her husband, Rich, in the 13-0, I believe, or 11-0. No, he's in the 13-0. Sarah's in the 11-0. FM Fab. Happy to have them on board as well. That's Vince Rui. And we will see him down 10%. How about that? Try that, Mr. Chadley. We will see him in the 12-0 class and the 9-0 class. Him and his wife, Heather, racing the Nova. Double duty. He is the official, unofficial Nebraska fabrication shop for Rocky Mountain Race Week and Race Week, and he's actually been on every single one of these. And he's also sponsored every single one of these. And I obviously believe in what he's doing because he's got a car of mine at his shop. Disorganized Grime. That's actually where the Thorpes hail from. It's a race team out of the Denver, Colorado area. Happy to have them back on board. Crower cams and valve train. If you need the absolute best in valve train for your ride, reach out to Louis Flaquette from Crower. I'm going to try another 10% for you, Chad. Let's just do that. He's telling me a lot of hum. We'll just, here we go. How's that? We'll give that a go. So Crower, I got Crower shaft rockers on my ride, and a bunch of folks that have done drag and drive a long time have counted on Crower to help get their stuff. No, go up 30%. Okay. Bam, 30%. A bunch of folks have counted on Crower to keep their ride moving in a drag and drive. Valve train is a big, big, big component of keeping these rides alive, and you see the track staff heading up to the top end with brooms, and that's not good. That means we'll be down for a little bit, so racers, find yourself a little bit of shade. It'll be a minute. But again, Crower, the official valve train component of Race Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week. Appreciate having them on board. Circle D Specialties. Dan Palmieri, he is our dude for Circle D Specialties. If you need a torque converter for your ride, make sure that you check with Dan Palmieri first. They've also got the Circle D transmission shop as well down there, based out of Texas. But he has got his torque converter in many, many, many of these rides that you're going to be seeing making down their trips down here at Twin City Raceway at the House of Hook. We appreciate Dan coming back on board. And Circle D Specialties. Certified Performance is on board this year. Appreciate them a ton for coming on board. Brian Tooley Racing. Talk about LSLT, Gen 3 Hemi, big block. Oh, there's Dan Palmieri right there. There's the guy, the man, the myth, the legend, the dude. Yeah. Again, you need torque converters. That's the dude you talk to. What's funny with that, he's a stick shift dude. So, you know, I mean, whatever. You can still sell torque converters and be a stick shift dude. The best part is when he sponsored the stick shift class. Torque converter company sponsored a stick shift class. Okay. Again, Tooley Racing. They are set up out here in the grass. You see them next to the grandstands over there with the big Brian Tooley Racing tent. Gen 3 Hemi, LSLT, they have gone above and beyond with R&D for their valve train type stuff. They have a Spintron in-house. And if you don't know what that is, it's a big electric motor that you hook on the back end of an engine, and you can spin the thing around without it actually running, and you can get all of the valve train like dynamics and stuff as it runs through all of its action, and they can make changes on the fly. They also are based out of Bardstown, Kentucky, which is where they started. Oh, Dan Palmieri says they also own Reed Racing now. Circle D Specialties owns Reed Racing for trans cases and bell housings. How cool is that? I might need to get with you about that. Give me like a factory second one. So Reed Racing, they also do the, if you're a four-wheel drive type dude, they do the knuckles for the front of a Dana 44 or a Dana 60 as well. And those are like bulletproof off-road type deals. How cool is that? Congrats to Circle D making moves. Again, back to Brian Tooley. They've got that Brian Tooley spring kit that sort of put them on the map, that SK001. That's that 660, and I think they now call it a 650 spring kit. You can get it with the tool steel retainers or the titanium retainers. And we've had them on board with us for the last couple of years, and we love it. Hey, I just got a message from Paul Thornton with Brian Tooley Racing. Check this out. They're already doing 10% off the cams they have there with them. They have cams in their Brian Tooley Racing van that they brought with them today only. An additional $50 off of those camshafts. That's going to put a billet, Spintron tested, made in Bardstown, Kentucky camshaft in your hands for around $300. That's good for folks that are here on the property, both as spectators and racers. Walt Doyle's running over there. He's like, man, Brian Tooley cam for 300 bones? I'm going to make my way over there and make it happen. So thank you so much to Paul and Matt over there at Brian Tooley. Also, they're going to extend that 10% off of all the Brian Tooley Racing branded merchandise till the end of the month. And again, that's good for all the folks on the live stream, all the folks here on property that can hear my voice on the loudspeakers, and all the racers from Rocky Mountain Race Week and Race Week. An additional 10% off of all the Brian Tooley Racing branded merchandise So all their cams, their spring kits, they've got push rods for sure. They've got they've got a ton of like gaskets and whatnot, and you can look at like the GM part number on that gasket, and they'll have one that says BTR like 125842222. That's the one you want to get the extra 10% off. To get that, you need to call into Brian Tooley, and you can't do it now because Matt's here on the property. But you call into Brian Tooley on Monday, and you do that first thing Monday morning. Matt at Brian Tooley, his extension is 4806. Tell him I want the race week discount, and you'll get instantly 10% off of that order coming to you. So thanks so much to BTR for being on board. I know that they're getting a lot of help from Driven Racing Oil as well, and they've got that in stock on the bus. So appreciate Driven coming on board as well. I did an event right before this one that was actually presented by Driven Oil, and Bill and Ashley were there. And we got to party a little bit and talk about Driven, and we were talking about maybe just bringing them on here as their own sponsor on Race Week. So we'll talk about that, and I'll get with Matt Frost, and we'll get you in touch with Bill, and Bill in touch with you, and then we're going to have an official oil for Mega Week next year. Also, thank you so much to the BANGshift Billy coming on board. I can't do the Chad. Chad doesn't like my Chad impression. People are telling me to give my Chad impression. I'm not going to do it. Chad doesn't like it. He told me I'm number one when I do that. Hey, you guys, this is awesome. Hey. No? He's going to open the van door real quick. I can see it happening right now. So thanks so much to the BANGshift Billy for joining us. You guys, the BANGshift Billy has the digital clutch controller. That is a deal that will turn your regular everyday hydraulic diaphragm type clutch into a race clutch. You can do adjustments with an app on your phone, real time. You don't like need to crawl underneath your car to do all those adjustments. Type in how much you want it to slip, and it'll slip that much when you let off the clutch to turn your street clutch into a race clutch. He's also coming very soon, coming out with the Billy button and the Billy bar. These are wireless button solutions. The Billy button for the steering wheel mounted button. And if you're sick and tired of having those coiled up cords going around your steering column, that's your solution. It's a wireless button. It's got a little wireless transmitter that will attach to your steering wheel and then wire into a button on your steering wheel as well, and it will wirelessly connect to a relay bar that you can control anything that you normally control with a steering wheel button, but without having those coiled up cords that you have to worry about, especially on like a drag and drive type car that get all in the way. What's cool is that it runs radio frequency and not like Bluetooth or anything like that, so there's like almost no latency. He'll tell you what the number is. He's a dork. It's like 0.009 something, so it's not going to slow down the action of the button at all. He's also got the Billy bar, which is an offshoot of that Billy button. It's got a wired-in relay panel that you wire in under the hood to the battery and run it to whatever you need to run it to. And then it's controlled with the same technology, wireless bar. It's a 4-button bar, and you can stack them on top of each other to make them 4, 8, 12, whatever, you know, as many as you want. The advantage to that is you don't need to blast a hole in your firewall to run the wires in to operate that switch panel. And he had a, actually, Rich Guido's got a Billy bar in his ride. So go over there to his pit, he's got the big BANGshift Billy 10x20 Easy Up out there with the 66 fair lane under it. We'll see him in the stick shift category as well. But Rich Guido's got a early version. It's a prototype version of that Billy bar that's out there. He'd be happy to show it to you. Again, it'll control wirelessly up to 4 things, 12 or 24 volt. And don't, think outside the box. It'll work on your car and all that stuff, but think about all the stuff that you could switch on your trailer. Anything that's 12 or 24 volts. And you can just walk around with that controller. Also, the controller is magnetic as well. So especially like these drag and drive trailers, you got stuff like that in your trailer. You can stick that thing on the frame, and it ain't going nowhere. So thanks so much to BANGshift Billy for coming on board as well, and Mr. Bill Armstrong, and Full Ride Performance, a long time sponsor out here at Race Week. That's Joey Greer. He's got the Gasser C10. He's kind of up here by the staging lanes as well. If you need tuning for your stuff, make sure you reach out to Full Ride Performance, and he would be happy to give you a hand with your ride. He's across, actually, don't forget, racers and spectators and everybody else, cruise by that Rocky Mountain Race Week bus. We call it the struggle bus. On the side of that bus is a freezer that's full of ice cream. That's right. Oh, I just got Nick Lato's attention. He's like, ice cream? Wait a second. I like ice cream. That's available over there at the Rocky Mountain Race Week struggle bus. And throw in a donation into the box next to it. $1, $5, $10, $50, whatever. And grab yourself some ice cream out of that. All that money goes to the Wicked Chicks. That's a deal that Chad put together with Cody Hansen. All of our female racers get a free t-shirt, and then they nominate each other, all the females, for awards in that Wicked Chick deal. So every one of the females is part of the Wicked Chicks, whether you like it or not. And you'll see a handful of these cars, like Sarah Thorpe's car, who's sitting down there behind the water with the Wicked Chick stickers on the sides. And that designates that they're one of our female racers, and we just want to give them a little extra something something, because this is a male-dominated sport a lot. You can't come up here. No. I'll come meet you down there. Give me a second. I'm going to try not to bust my butt coming down these stairs. Here we go. All right. Give me a minute. this out. I just got the weirdest request I've ever gotten for. Got a racer that has a pinhole in his radiator. He wants to try an old school grandpa trick. Got a racer in need looking for a raw egg. Campers, if you got eggs. If you could run that by the Rocky Mountain Race Week bus, and we'll give it to the guy with the C20 that needs to try to put an egg in his radiator to see if it will work to plug up the pinhole. Good on you. There, water well will work. Yeah, Vince has got JB Weld for sure. He's got the JB Weld Express. If you guys don't know, Vince Rui in the 9.0 and 12.0 class with that 62 Nova burned a hole in the head and block, built up a wall of JB Weld, and completed the event. In fact, it went in the 10-second range with a wall of JB Weld. Hold it together. We call it the JB Weld Express. It's awesome. But he tried goop and all sorts of stuff, but if you got a raw egg, run it by the Race Week struggle bus. I like it. I like it. It's awesome, man. Yep, good luck. All right. Old grandpa trick. Raw egg in the radiator. I said pepper works too sometimes. I've actually had that work. But if you got something to stop some radiator leak action, you can run that by the Race Week bus, and we'll get that to the competitor that needs it with that C20. Real quick, checking out to make sure any other racers need anything. Looking good. Oh, Steve McDermott Jr. has liquid egg whites. That might work. He's in the blue Dodge Dakota. So you might make your way over to see Steve McDermott Jr. and his lovely better half, Jessica, for those egg whites. I don't know, it's worth a shot. Oh, I just got a picture of Vince Rui. He's at the second checkpoint. And he's not wearing a shirt. Gross, Vince. So yeah, that competitor with that C20, go find Steve McDermott with that blue Dodge Dakota. He's got egg whites, liquid egg whites. That might work. Worth a shot, whatever. But here's, let me run through our classes real quick for the folks on the live stream and all you out here watching live here Thursday at Twin City Raceway. In the 14.0 category, which will be coming up later, your leader at the moment, Anthony Watson. His average right now, 14.01. Brian Brown in second place with that Grand Cherokee with a 14.05 in second place. Third place is Matt Potter, the 2016 Buick Regal. And that's that front-wheel drive supercharged Buick Regal. 14.10. Wade Sunderland in fourth place with the CTSV stick shift ride. Fifth place, Mark Peel with a 14.15. Sunderland with a 14.12. And Garrett Hahn outside looking in with a 14.16. In the 13.0 category, Eric Carroll with the Thundercloud in the lead. His average right now, 13.06. Ernie Riley chasing him down with the 48 Chevy with a 13.08. Martin Ranker with the Shelby clone Mustang Fastback with a 13.09. Outside looking in, Alex Williams with a 13.31. Andy Bean with a 13.33. In the 12.0, Travis Boltman in the lead, 12.00 with a 9. That's just violent. Holy crap, Travis, good job. Jason Lee in second place with a 12:02. James Desrat with a 12:04. And John Long Sr. with a 12:05. Mark Barnhill with a 12:06. Daryl Goheen with a 12:08. Rich Thorpe with a 12:09. That class is tight. It's awesome. I dig on that. In the 11:0, Michael Hollis in the lead with 11:03. Tony Hansen in second place with 11:04. Chad Cates in third place with the CTSV 11:05. Oh, also, the dude that has that C20, stop leak stuff is at the bus. There's somebody dropped off some, like, legit radiator stop leak stuff. So cruise by the Race Week struggle bus, and we'll get you that stop leak for your radiator. Again, Hollis in the lead, 11:03. Hansen, 11:04. Chad Cates, 11:05. Christopher Powell, 11:07 in fourth place. Derek Lewis in fifth place, 11:09. And Kylie Moore from the Roadrunner Stop Boutique with her GTR with 11:14. She had a rough night last night. She was in the lead and unfortunately could only manage an 11:40. So she's looking to put the thing on 11 flat and move herself back into the podium in that 11:0 category. We'll see that ride coming up here very soon. It's back there in the... There she is. Hello. Thanks for coming back. You are doing a fantastic job. I mean, this is not for the faint of heart. This stuff is not easy. And if anyone tells you it's easy, they're lying to you. So welcome back with the GTR. And again, thanks so much for coming on board as a sponsor as well. The Roadrunner Stop Boutique. And we'll see her in that GTR. We have two GTRs, Luna Tran and Kylie Moore. So again, Kylie's looking to put the thing on the number. She did go 11:00 with an 8. Also went 11:02. In the 10:0 category, Travis Urbach in the lead, the 2000 Camaro with a 10:01. Jesse Haslett with a 10:04. Red Hat Scotty in third place with a 10:06. Mike Mead outside looking in with a 10:06 as well, 10:06.9. TJ Moses with the 88 Camaro with a 10:07. In the 9:0 category, Jacoby Betts, who we already saw make a pass, and I think he went 9:03 right off the street with a 9:03 average. Second place, Vince Rui, who's still making his way here to the racetrack with a 9:04. Luna Tran, who we were just talking about, out of the Jotech Motorsports stables with her GTR with a 9:08. Dustin Peterson with the Cornhusker Cougar with a 9:36, and Keith Mott outside looking in with a 9:39. Naturally aspirated small block looks like this. Dave Barry in the lead with a 10:10. Brittany Friesen in second place with a 10:26. Keith Horton in third place with a 10:29, and Horton and Friesen have a long history. When I say long history, I mean like an event of duking it out in that NA small block category. In fact, they had like everything unbolted out of those cars that they could possibly unbolt out of those cars. Brittany with her older 4th gen Camaro, and Horton with his 62 Nova. Brittany now here with the new to her 6th gen Camaro with a Scoggin Dickey naturally aspirated small block under the hood. John Gilman in not last place with an 11:37 in 4th. Is he down there in the Franken Nova? He's somewhere. There he is. Hey! Hi, guys. We'll see. Oh, there it is. It's right in front of me. You know, that one right there, the Calico Nova. Out of shop 209. And Eric Gurlio from Molly Motorsports with 11:43. Outside looking in, looking to improve that here on Thursday at Twin City Raceway. National aspirated big block looks like this. Robert Voss in the lead with a 10:09. He's got the fender exit header big block G-body Regal, and it's real quiet, I'll tell you that. I think my 4th door, or my 4th floor hotel window was rattling when he started it this morning. And I posted on the Insider Rocky Mountain Race Week page that was the best alarm clock that anyone could ever come up with. The sound of my people. Steve Smith in second place with the Chevelle. 11:53. So he needs to pick up about a second and a half. That should be easy, right? No, pretty much racing for second place, and it's Robert Voss's to lose. In third place, brand new to the event. He has done a drag and drive. He did Sick Week before, but brand new to the Race Week family is Nick Lateau. He's got the Plumber's Crack van. That is a burnout van, and you can look at it on all your socials at burnout van. He's the proud owner of, just this year, 3 Bald Eagle trophies from the burnout rivals. And that happens down in Florida. That's Cletus McFarland's burnout series, and he's won 3 of those this year with that big block Chevrolet Dodge van. His average right now 11:71. He has run as quick as 11:62, but needs to pick up a little bit more and has put some pressure on Steve Smith. Julia Smith in 4th place, the Coronet, 12:59 her average. The stick shift category has had some shakeups. William Hagan in the lead. The OBS pickup truck. His average right now 9:29 with a 0. Right on his heels, Rich Guido. The Canadian Chuck Norris with the 65 GTO with real-life Pontiac power with a 9:30 with a 7. Bill Armstrong hot on their heels with a 9:38 with the 66 Fairlane out of the BANGshift Billy stables. And again, one of our sponsors out here at Race Week. 4th place, Phil Balmaceda with the ZR1 Corvette with a 10:56 average, but he went 10:26 last night at State Capitol Raceway. His new personal best by a ton. Jason Schroeder with the Fox Mustang with a 10:83 outside looking in. In Gasser, Joey Greer in the lead with the C10 out of 4-ride performance. His average 11:21. Jason King in 2nd place with the Orange Willys truck, now complete with air conditioning. Happy wife, happy life with that ride. In 2nd place with an 11:87. Brian Glover, the 38 Dodge. Vince Rui just rolled in. Perfect. Welcome, Vince. Again, Brian Glover, that 38 Dodge pickup truck with a 1260, and Steven Narks with a 1970 MG Midget that he turned into a gasser. He showed up at the at a previous race week, or Rocky Mountain Race Week, I can't remember which, with the MG with a turbo 4-cylinder like that would have come out of an SVO Mustang, a 2.3 liter turbo. He decided to hike the front end up, stick a small block Chevy in it, and he's out here running 1350 in that class. Ultimate Radial, Eric Kuhn in the lead, who we saw earlier in the day with a 55 Chevy 210. His average right now 746. Brad Thiessen with the Nova in 2nd place, his average 809. However, that car has run as quick as 769. He did that day number 1 at Pine Valley. Anthony Salazar with the square body truck rounds out the class with a 10 flat. Hot Rod Walt Doyle out of Intensities Racing. 883 his average. He's run as quick as 862. Rod Bartholomew with the 65 Falcon, 901 his average. That's like a bracket car. It's got 9 flat, 901, 902. Richard Jones, the super cool 58 Willys wagon that did like 4 wheelies yesterday. His average 922. He's been as quick as 885. He did that last night. And Brady Bluma with that tube sock C10. Outside looking in with a 1068. In Rowdy Radial, lots and lots and lots of attrition in that category, unfortunately. Josh Rich, who you saw do the Tokyo Drift yesterday with the Colorado, he's in the lead with a 578. Chris Patterson in 2nd place with the Dodge 2500, his average 777, and he's gone as quick as 649 with that truck. And that's it. Everybody else is out. Melissa Dykage unfortunately had issues with the car they call the Biz Marquis, which is a Grand Marquis. And it lost oil pressure last night. And then it locked the motor up. And Brad Francis, unfortunately, unable to make it past the first day. So that's a race for Josh Rich to lose. Stephen Willingham in the lead of Limited Street, 857 his average. Keith Fenstad with that Ford Fairmont Futura. They call it the Fast Tura. His average right now, 877. He's run as quick as 870 with that small block Ford-powered Fairmont with a blow-through carburetor. Luna Tran, who I was mentioned earlier, a 901 average in that Limited Street category. She's been as quick as 878 with that. Back with the 69 Chevelle, and I've been improperly calling it a Pro Charge car all week. We parked next to him. It's got twin turbos now. Big block Chevrolet with twin turbos, and I guess the big bullhorn sticking out from the front of it should have given it away. That happens. Sometimes you put bullhorns on Pro Charger cars, whatever. It happens. But it would be way louder. So, whatever. Daryl Yost is maybe the smiliest dude I've ever met. That dude's always happy. He could have like the guts spilling out of that thing and run over the crank, and he'll get out with a smile on his face. He's in the lead, 874 in that category. Steve Farber, the big tire, 87 Monty, in second place with a 909. Dustin Cottle, the 78 Isuzu Faster, in third place with a 914. He's been as quick as 908 with that ride. Justin Heslin, the 69 Camaro, his average 947 outside looking in. And Cameron Andreen, one of our young guns. She was in Junior Street at the Rocky Mountain Race Week event and said, let's take off the training wheels, Dad. Puts it in Pro Street, and she's in fifth place with a 976. She's been as quick as 927 with that ride. Outlaw Street, your leader at the moment is Aaron Schaefer with an 856. That ride is 850 limited with the cage that's in it. So he can only pick up 6 numbers on that. He has gone as quick as 8:55 as a turn-in time. I think he actually has gone quicker than that, but you can't turn in a slip quicker than that. Blaine Thiessen, right on his tail with an 8:57. There's 1/100th of a second separating those two rides, first and second place. Randy Miller with the 78 Monte Carlo Landau car. That's how you know he's a man of means, is that you have a Landau, the half Landau top on the G-body, because that's, yeah, you're royalty with that world. 960 outside looking in the third place, though. Lance Walker with a 969, and Matt Walker, the 89 Camaro, with a 995. Unlimited, and your overall leader, Earl Schexnayder. Schexnayder, the 747 average. He's gone as quick as 718, though, with that ride. Keep that in mind. It's a street car. It has 750 miles on it right now. It's going to have 1,000 miles on it by the time we're done. A 7-teens street car. Are you kidding me? Giddy up. Michael Vogler in second place with an 895. He just needs to pick up about a second and a half to start putting some pressure on Schexnayder with that Jackwagon Nova. Those cats are all Jackwagons. He's also got a brand new shirt that he came out with. It's awesome. It's like if you're not throwing parts, you're not trying hard enough. So that's awesome.
This was the hotel, at our hotel in the Hampton. Recognize that dash and steering wheel? That's a 65 Nova.
Oh, it is a 65
So
Nova.
I stuck his sticker.
Oh, you did stick a Jackwagon sticker.
Right?
So the hotel that we were staying at last night had a Nova, a 62 Nova dash on a, it's like a framed thing, and it just has fun in lowercase letters, fun, period. So Chad took a couple of jackwagon stickers and slapped them on there. Yeah, you're a jackwagon too. I know. We're all jackwagons. Again, Bogler in second place with that 895, looking for a second and a half. Corey Petska with his 68 Camaro. That car is so beautiful. 952 in third place. John Wishman outside looking in with a 954. Only needs 2 numbers to put some pressure on Petska with the Malibu, and we've seen that ride already today. And Brian Weinholm outside looking in with an 1172. He just needs to pick up about 5 seconds with the International truck. Can he do it today? There ain't enough nitrous in the world. The motorcycle class is 2 bikes. Your leader, Chris Baker, with the turbocharged Hayabusa, his average 953. He's gone as quick as 913 though, and that bike actually has been in the 8s. And Pat Cook, the Hayabusa that he had worked on by Moody's Performance, to put back into action with a 1063. Here's what's funny. Chad may not know about this yet. Pat Cook has the Grom. He's run the Grom in previous Dragon drives. It runs in the 22-second range at like 60 miles an hour. It's back at Twin Cities on the back of his truck. We're going to bracket race. I'm going to ride the Grom. He's going to ride the Hayabusa in tomorrow's deal as a grudge deal. On top of that, I have a $5 bet with Jason Hurley. Jason Hurley and I have a $5 bet to see who can go quicker on the Grom. So Hurley's going to race Cook as well. Hurley's much bigger than me.
Yeah.
So we're going to see what that looks like. But we got $5 on it.
Nice.
Yeah. So we're going to be riding the Grom a little bit tomorrow, and you know, maybe you can get in on some of that. If you have any questions or doubts about your car, if you think your car might have a problem, if you think you're going to oil the freaking track down and lubricate the track surface, because you know that's what we don't want to do.
Right.
We got a free engine diaper for you up here in the tower. He's going to go get it right now. In Junior Street's a cool class. Junior Street is a class built by NHRA for teenagers. It's 13 to 16-year-olds, and they drive full-size rides. So a regular, everyday car. They need to ride with their parent or guardian in the passenger seat. They can't go quicker than 9 flat in the 8th mile. And we brought that class here to Rocky Mountain Race Week and Race Week. And those kids are duking it out as well. They're running for consistency, so trying to get as close as they can to the time that they put up the first day. Lydia Walden in the lead in that category. She was looking to go 9:21. The day number 2, she goes 9:21 with a 3. Day number 3, she goes 9:23 with an 8. And she's going to look for that 9:21 when we get them back around. She's in that Fox Mustang. In second place, I believe, geez, it's close. Isabella Holt barely hold on to second place. She's in the F-150 looking for a 982. She went 988 and then 985. Connor Aspergren in third place with the 65 Impala wagon, looking for a 1015. He went 1040 and 1035. And Landon Hollis, the 1980 Malibu Mordor car. It's actually out there. You can see his dad getting ready to run it in the 11-0 category. In third place, he's looking for a 1015. He turned in a 1040, a 1035. And again, we're just looking for consistency in those rides. But keep in mind, when we have them coming up here, they're teenagers. I believe Bella is just 13 in that F-150. But that said, we're back to action. Sarah Thorpe in the left lane. The right lane is Dennis Stringer. with the 2010 Camaro. His average right now, 11:31. Again, looking for 11 flats on the scoreboard. Sarah Thorpe in the left lane, her average 11:25 with the Pro Charge GTO. So here we go, back to action here at Twin City Raceway. Magic number is 1100. Looking for that on the scoreboard. 11:01 for Sarah Thorpe off the road. And Rich says, yep, woohoo, we'll take that. Now we'll see Rich come back around, and now it's on him to put his car on the 12-0 number, I believe. You're in 12-0, right, Rich? He can't hear me. He's next to the water box. Next pair. The Mustang in the right, or I'm sorry, the BMW in the right lane with the roof rack on it. That's Jacob Edwards. His average right now, 11:17. Left lane, the BMW as well. Little BMW on BMW crime is Ruud Hadding. Looking for 11 flats, the magic number in this class. 1081's too quick, 1176 is too slow. They'll come back around. Sam Allen in the right lane with the Thunderbird. His average 11:56. Outside looking in. Left lane is Aaron Roberts with the S550 Mustang. Same deal. 11:56. Outside looking in. These rides will be bracket racing our final day. Brake lights for an 11:24 in the left lane, that S550. And the Thunderbird goes 12:34, no help for either. If you are unfamiliar with bracket racing, it's a handicap style racing. The slower ride gets a head start. The quicker ride tries to run them down. In a perfect world, if you get identical reaction times and your car runs exactly the number it says, you'd tie. But the timing system goes down to 10,000ths of a second. So although it's happened before, really rare. Jason Bell in the right lane, the Chevy Caprice police pursuit vehicle. Left lane is Chad Cates. That's third place. His average right now 11:05. He needs to be 11:01 probably to start putting some pressure on Hansen and Hollis. Ahead of him. He doesn't do it too quick, 10:93. Travis Urback in the right lane. The leader in 10-0. His average right now, 10:01. The left lane is Sean Sokras. With that square body truck, his average 11:42. Chad's up here playing audio engineer, and he did say he's going to send me to college to be an audio engineer. Sponsored by Bang. Look at on the number. 10-0-0 with a 3 in the right lane. That was your leader in the 10-0 category, Travis Urbach. So that'll put a lot of pressure on Jesse Haslett behind him with a 10-04. I think that might actually put it out of reach. Yikes. Drivers, we need you back to your cars. We're actually running now if you can't hear.
He said, literally, seriously, anybody else? Hi, gang. Seriously, the track owner just told us again, he doesn't want to just give diapers away for no reason, but he is serious when he says, if your junk is ready to kick the rods out of it, you already know it is, because it made 6 pounds of oil pressure the whole way here, and you're turning it up 14 pounds of boost more, then dude, come on up, because seriously, we do not want to oil down, so come get a diaper. And just my 2 cents. Dude, if you have a car with a power adder and you don't have a diaper, you're not a real racer. So I'm just saying it right now officially, get a diaper. For the love of God, it's $139 at Summit. You can buy them from Motion as well. Hey!
This tech tip brought to you by Chad Reynolds. 11 flat. 11.00 with a 7 in the right lane. That was Kylie Moore with the GTR, and she does it. Puts it on the number. She can only do 3,000s better. He's actually walking back with diapers. He's got them in his hand. How about that? The CTS-V Coupe with the Hellcat supercharger sticking out of where the hood would be. That's Wade Azevedo in the right lane, the CTS-V. The left lane is Jeff Moore with the square body. And he's like literally got diapers. I've got him up here in the tower. If you need a diaper, knock on the door. I will gladly hand you one of these diapers. If you think your junk is bad, we will give them to you. What we do not want you to do is lubricate the racetrack. That's not where the lube goes. If you're brand new to lube, it doesn't go on the racetrack. Here's Tony Hansen, the leader of the 11.0 category. In the right lane, his average right now 11.04. He's chasing Michael Hollis with an 11.03. He needs to be like 01 or better, probably. I'm not good with math. Left lane is Brian Carmey. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, stick shift. Stick shift, this is your call. Come on up. Lanes 2 and 3, please. Stick shift, come on up 2 and 3, please. For your first lick here at the House of Hook, Twin City Raceway. Yes, sir, got it. 11.08 in the left lane, 11.12 in the right lane. Here is that Crew Cab Malibu. That's Michael Hollis, your leader at 11.0. In the right lane, you'll see this come back around for Junior Street later on with the younger Hollis. At the controls, Landon will be cruising that thing. But first, your leader at 11.0. He just saw Kylie Moore put it on 11.000, and so he knows he's got to put something on the board. Streely with the OBS truck. Again, the magic number is 11. Are you good? All right. So a 10.95 is too quick, 11.43 is too slow. We'll see them come back the next time around. The 4th gen in the left lane. That's Josh Bath, the 97 model. The right lane. Trying to stage with the back tires. That's not the way. That's all right. That's Dave Messa. Both these rides are out of the 9.0 category. Number 9 flats up here. On the brakes, 9.59. And a slow rolling 13.33. Hey, while you're out here, folks, make sure you see Patrick Garrett. He's got Roadrunner Media shirts he would love to sell you. He had his trailer burned down. Heard from him. It'll help him get back home. You'll see him out here in the Roadrunner Media stuff. Appreciate you. Lane Atherton in the left lane, the beautiful 79 Camaro. And a 13.22 will be no help for either. Now we're in a naturally aspirated small block. 427 cubic inches of LS for power under the hood of the GTO. Once again, stick shift, come on up. Lanes 2 and 3, please. Stick shift. Chargers, all motor. 1024 for the GTO. Here's John Gilman out of shop 209, the Franken Nova. It's the calico colored Nova. His average right now 1137. And again, small block for us, 434 cubic inches or less. Big block is 435 to infinity. Kristen Chester in the left lane, the 70 Nova. Chester's average 1296. Gilman in fourth place with 1137. He goes 1129. He's been as quick as 1124 with that Franken Nova. Nico Christopher, he gets the thing turned way sideways in the burnout, and getting help out of the bow tie engine shop with the Fox Mustang in the right lane. Left lane is Darren Smith, the Demon. His average right now 1422. However, that ride's been as quick as 1047. Just had a bad first day. His average right now 1173. He's been as quick as 1175. Jared Aspergren, wow, with the wagon, pulls into the right lane. His average right now 1570. That's your last place ride in naturally aspirated small block, and he's going to line up against the first place ride of Dave Barry. Barry, the 64 Nova, his average right now 1010. He's been as quick as 1005, looking to put the car in the nines.
Outlaw Street, please. Outlaw Street. Outlaw.
Yes, sir. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Outlaw Street. Outlaw Street, come on up 4 and 5. Outlaw Street, come on up 4 and 5, please. So Dave Barry, looking to put the Nova in the nines with the naturally aspirated small block. I do have a spectator that's in a racer's pit spot. If you've got a welding rig with Mississippi plates in a racer's pit, if you can move that Dodge welding rig with Mississippi yellow plates on it, that would be absolutely awesome. Appreciate it. So a 1023 is not a 9, so we'll come back around and try to get that done. The right lane, the naturally aspirated small block ride of Eric Grillo out of Monroe Motorsport. Again, if you've got a welding rig, a red, oh, it's a Ford, a red Ford F450 with a yellow Mississippi tag on it, you're in a racer's pit spot. If you can move that, that would be awesome. Thank you. So again, the right lane, the naturally aspirated small block ride of Eric Grillo out of Monroe Motorsport. A stick shift car as well. Grillo banging the gears, goes 11. That's Grillo's quickest pass by a bunch. Wow, he went 11:16 last night and shows up and goes 11:02. Awesome. Nick Lateau, the plumber's cracked van in the left lane. Again, that's the burnout van. The proud owner of 3 bald eagles this year with that ride. And he does those Australian-style burnouts with this. It's 540 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet for power. The right lane is Jason Bell, the 14 Caprice police pursuit vehicle. Bell out of the 11-0 category. Again, Outlaw Street, come on up 4 and 5. Outlaw Street, 4 and 5. Lateau in third place in naturally aspirated big block goes 11:67. He's been as quick as 11:62 with that ride. His average right now 11:71. Trying to put some pressure on Steve Smith with that 11:53. Here's Rudy. Zach Rudy in the right lane. He's been chasing 100 miles an hour with this wagon for a long time, and he got it last night. Went 100 miles an hour, .04. With the long roof wagon. So congratulations on his first 100-mile-an-hour pass. He's lined up next to Brett Marble. This is last and second to last in the naturally aspirated big block category. We got 435 or larger cubic inches. Don't forget, folks, about the ice cream. Rudy goes 13.55 at 98, 13.65 for Marble in the left lane at 99. Again, ice cream is over at the Rocky Mountain Race Week struggle bus. It's free with a donation. Throw whatever you'd like in the box next to it. $1, $5, $100, $1,000. Put a check in there for $1 million, whatever. And grab yourself some ice cream. That's available at the Rocky Mountain Race Week struggle bus. All that money goes to the Wicked Chicks. Here's Steve Smith, second place in the category. Naturally aspirated big block. His average right now, 11.53. He'll knock the tire immediately at the hit. Pedal it and get back in it, and we'll see what it'll run. He goes 11.63 at 118. Now moving to the stick shift. The left lane is Blaine Stark. Stark, the 16-year-old, behind the controls of the 55 wagon in the left lane. Nitrous-assisted LS for power. The right lane. Oop, typed in the wrong number. 1 second. Here we go. Monty LaFrenz with that Mustang Cobra. LaFrenz with a 1290 average at the moment. Blaine with an 1109 average. He's been as quick as 1004, however, they hurt a piston in the 55 on day number 1. So they're running nitrous in 7 cylinders, and they have 1 cylinder on the fogger plugged up. Was able, with that tune-up, to turn in a 1067. What's really funny, Blaine's dad is on a radio that I can hear on the track radio as well. Awesome. I've never heard what they do in that process. Awesome. Blaine, again, the 16-year-old. His dad, Tom, will reach in, turn on the nitrous bottle, and you'll see him start to purge the nitrous with the 55 wagon. Blaine came out of the junior dragster ranks, moved into junior street, and then into big cars. He's fresh off of a win in the class called Rowdy Radial at 6 Summer. He drove the Motion Raceworks car called El Toro to an 8th mile time of a 486, which is really wicked fast. That's like a low 7-second quarter-mile car. This class called stick shift. You have to leave with the clutch, and you have to shift with the clutch on the shifts. Then you'll knock the tire in the first 2 gears. Get back in the gas in 3rd gear. LaFrenz goes 12.75 and a 13.39 for the 16-year-old in the left lane. Again, that thing has been as quick as 10.04 when it had all the nitrous. David Smith with the Viper in the right lane. Left lane is Jason Schroeder. Attention to the pits, limited street coming up 2 and 3, limited street. This is your call. Lanes 2 and 3, please. Again, David Smith in the right lane with the Viper. Left lane is Jason Schroeder with the Fox Mustang. Schroeder's average right now, 1083. Smith, his average, 1276. With that sweet Viper. D10 for power. 1069 in the left lane. And a 1276 in the right lane. The third gen Camaro sits in the water. That's TJ Moses. The 88 Camaro out of the 10-0 category. Looking for a 10 flat in the left lane. We saw Travis Urbach put it on the 10-0-0 number, and he's probably done. That probably locks up the win for him. Unofficially. I haven't checked the math myself. But he's looking to improve on that 10-07 and start putting a little bit of pressure on Jesse Hazlitt in second and Red Hat Scotty in third. Again, looking for 10-0-0-0. He goes 10-41. That'll be no help. Here's Bill Armstrong. The dude behind the BANGshift Billy in the left lane, the 66 Fairlane. He's best friends with Rich Guido, who we'll see coming up soon, but Bill Armstrong drove this car to Lufkin, Texas from Evergreen, Colorado. The 66 Fairlane, powered by a 427 cubic inch small block Ford with twin Garrett turbochargers under the hood. The right lane is Cody Knudsen with the Mustang. His average 1171. Scares everybody on the starting line. That was awesome. That car is an 870 capable car, goes 956. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits, limited street, come on down, 2 and 3 please, limited street, come on down, 2 and 3. I think that was Tommy Stark on the starting line, and he needs new underwear. Here's Phil Balbacito in the right lane. The CR1 Corvette, he drove this to Alaska for Alaska Speed Weeks. He's put up a slew of personal bests in this ride. Last night went 10:26. The left lane, the Mustang, is Jason Dunham. His average 12:18. 11:10 in the right lane. After having some problems, here's Rich Guido getting ready to pull up. Oh, the Mustang's smoking. So we'll be down when we check that out. I believe. Saying looks maybe like tire rub. The next pair, though, that's out here is Rich Guido. Guido with the GTO. 520 plus cubic inches of Pontiac for power. His claim to fame, though, that dude lives in Red Deer, Alberta, Canada. And you're like, man, that's a long drive. His next claim to fame, he doesn't even own a truck and trailer. He drove the 65 GTO from Red Deer, Alberta, Canada, 2,000 miles to Lufkin, Texas to compete in race week. And that's not all. That car has been as quick as 8:51.
Did I hear you call Pro Street?
No, sir, just limited street. Once again, limited street, come on up 2 and 3, and Pro Street. Pro Street, this is your call. Coming up to 4 and 5, please. Pro Street, coming up to 4 and 5. When Bill Armstrong launched, Tommy Stark was sitting on the starting line, and I think I saw him jump out of his shoes. That was pretty sweet. I didn't think that you could scare Tom Stark, but Bill Armstrong did it. He's also out there wiping up the starting line before we send Rich Guido. So keep that in mind. Rich Guido started this race with 2,000 miles on this car before he even pressed the go button. This GTO has a War Performance throttle body on it, one of our sponsors, and he said that throttle body has about 30,000 miles on it. And again, Poncho lovers rejoice. It's real-life Pontiac power. Sitting back in the water in the right lane is Jacob Bailey, the 04 GTO. It's also an LS with a Hellcat supercharger sticking out of the hood there. Bailey's average right now 11:24. Guido's average right now 9:30, but again, that car has been as quick as 8:52, but that was at Florida in February. On this event, he went 8:84, day number 1. He's trying to chase down William Hagan with a 9:29 average, so there's a 1/1000th of a second between second and first place. Guido in second with that 9:30. Hagan with that big full-size pickup truck with a 9:29. Hagan also blew the rear end up bad at Ennis, at the Motorplex. Was able to get that thing put back together through the whole 440-mile drive day we had, and then make it out to State Capitol Raceway to stay in competition. So here we go, Bailey in the right lane with that Hellcat supercharger prominently sticking out of the hood of the GTO. And Rich Guido, Blaine Stark helps him get in the water. Hey, Blaine. Again, Guido needs one number to put himself on top of William Hagan. I'm talking average. So he's looking for something in the 8-second range with the GTO. Has some problems on the starting line. Jacob Bailey will wave as he goes by. And he'll go 10:53, 12:80 in the left lane for Rich Guido. Here's Tess Wood in the right lane. They call her Miss Midnight Maverick. The stick shift Maverick. And here's your leader in the left lane is William Hagan. The quickest and fastest full-size stick shift pickup truck in the nation. His average right now, 9:29. He's been as quick as 8:87 with that ride. So Tess Wood in the right lane, William Hagan in the left lane. Seal this thing up right now. He goes 9:28 at only 129 miles an hour. Tess Wood goes 10:24 at almost 135. So with the door wide open with Guido having some problems, the big truck slows to a 9:28 at only 129. And we'll see the stick shift truck, Rich Guido and Bill Armstrong back when we have the stick shift category back next. Chris Presnall in the left lane, pulling up to the line. His average 11:69 in that stick shift category. Oh, that's right, it's Hogan, not Hagan. Dang it. There we go. Got it. It's Hogan the rest of the day. Let's see. If you are missing a set of keys like a trailer or toolbox key set, 4 keys, they are at the Race Week Struggle Bus. So if you're missing a set of keys, Race Week Struggle Bus has got those keys. They were in the staging lane, so probably one of our racers. Sorry to William Hogan for calling him William Hagen for 4 days. My bad. He's been as quick as 11:30. Did that last night. Goes 11:68. Here's Lance Walker in the Outlaw Street category. In the right lane. Left lane is Liz Smith, the Hellcat Challenger. Again, the class called Outlaw Street. Smith's average is 10.88 in the left lane. Walker's average 9.69. And again, keep in the back of your mind, everything you're seeing has 750 street miles on it in the last 4 days. We'll be over 1,000 by the time we're done. And 1086. Attention to the pits. Gassers. Gassers, this is your call down. 2 and 3, please. Gassers, come on down. 2 and 3. I've got a racer in need. Benny Geisbright, the 07 Silverado, is looking for a 5.3 LS motor. If you have a spare motor, or you know someone in the area that has a motor chilling, Benny Geisbright needs that. If you can run over to the Rocky Mountain Race Week Struggle Bus and let the ladies know that you have one or can get one, we have a racer that needs it. Team Texas coming in strong. That's Aaron Schaefer in the right lane. Your leader in Outlaw Street, his average right now 8.56. That car is 8.50 limited due to the cage that's in it. Looking to put it on 8.50. Randy Miller in the left lane, the 78 Monte Carlo. His average 9.60. He goes 8.48. That's too quick. He can't turn it in. He'll need to turn it back around and put it on that 8.50 number. 9.55 in the left lane for Randy Miller is not his best bet. He did go 9.30 earlier in the event. Did that at the Motorplex. Here's Blaine Thiessen in the left lane, getting help out of the Peak Speed Shop. You see Ty Peak over there. That's second place in the category. He's 8.57 average, and he just saw Schaefer go too quick, so the door's open for him to put it on 8.50 in the left lane for the Isuzu pickup truck. Right lane is Matt Walker, the third-gen Camaro. His average 9. And all eyes on the 5.0. He goes too quick, 8.42. Next pair coming up is Felicia Smith in the left lane. The 4-door Rocket CTSV sedan. The right lane is Stephen Willingham from New York City. The Turbo LS Grand National. Willingham, your leader in the limited street category. His average right now, 8.57. Again, cage limited to 8.50, but he's running a couple of 8.51s. An 8.51 with a 2 and an 8.51 with a 5. So you know he's got the tune-up to go 8.50 with that Grand National. Felicia Smith in the left lane in limited street. Her average 9.09, and she had a struggle bus last night. Could only manage a 9.49, but that car has been as quick as 8.83. Looking for 850 in the right lane. Anything in the eights in the left lane. Pulling in with the left turn signal on. Please don't turn left. It was 875. Felicia did that a bunch yesterday, too. I just wonder if there's something maybe hurt in the back end of that car, or maybe the tires are worn out or something. Just struggling a little bit with the starting line tune-up for that CTSV. Here's Keith Fenstad, second place in the category in the right lane, sitting in the water. The Ford Fairmont Futura, 877 is average. He needs to be 850 to put any amount of pressure on Steve Willingham. In fact, I don't know if he can even do it. I'm pretty sure he's out of the realm of being able to pull all the way up to that 857 at this point, mathematically. Fenstad's ride, turbocharged small block Ford with a carburetor. It's also like show quality nice. And he's nice too. Big Fenstad fan. The left lane is David Black, the third gen Camaro. His average right now, 932. He's been as quick as 924 with that ride. So here we go. Keith Fenstad, second place. Looking to hold on to that and hold off Luna Tran, who I see pulling around the corner. Side at the 8th mile, Keith starts pulling ahead. He goes 869, his best pass of the week. 929 in the left lane for David Black. Here is Luna Tran. Should we pull it up here in the right lane? Luna out of the Jotech Motorsports stable. Is she? I thought I saw her. Maybe not. Dean Hefta in the left lane. Attention to the pits, 12-0, 12-0, come on up. 2, 3, 4, and 5, 12-0, come on up, 2, 3, 4, and 5, please. And out of the stick shift category with the C7. He'll bang the gears and go 1272, and here's Luna Tran with her GTR out of Jotech Motorsports. Third place in Limited Street. Her average right now, 901. She's been as quick as 878 at 170 miles an hour. That's cooking with bacon grease right there. Tran with the Hello Kitties to hang off of the spoiler on the GTR. Looking for something in the 8s. Shootout early goes 940. And we're going to take a minute and drag the racetrack and try to bring it back around. Again, 12-0s. 12-0s, this is your call. Come on up. 2, 3, 4, and 5, please. 12-0s. 2, 3, 4, and 5, please. All 4 lanes. 12-0, our biggest category. 14-0 might be right there. I'll have to look. Carry the 1. '14 has 35 cars. 139 in 12.0. It is the largest class. So again, down just for just a minute while we run that flat drag down this racetrack. That's a tractor. It's got cut up slicks on the back of it. So they cut the sidewall out of the slicks. It's just the tread portion of the slicks. And on that 3-point on the back, it'll press those slicks into the racetrack. It's sort of doing like a stationary burnout down the racetrack. It's both adding rubber to low spots and smoothing out high spots at the same time. You see the big drum on the back that's adding weight, so it pushes on those slicks. They can also rotate those tires so that it gets the fresh rubber on the bottom side of that 3-point on the back of that tractor. I've been mentioning it the last few days, and I'll talk about it here again. Racetrack anatomy. The way all this timing stuff works, and you can see just on the starting line the pre-stage and stage beams when he'll pull through with that drag machine. There are infrared beams on the outside of the wall that shine into the inside of the wall on each side of the racetrack. The pre-stage and stage beams about 8 inches apart from each other. That's how you know where you are coming up to the starting line. The pre-stage, and then you move forward 8 inches, and then you light up that stage beam. That's how you know that you are A, equal distance from your competitor from the starting line, and B, at the starting line. As you make your way down the racetrack, there's beams at the 60-foot mark, and you can see the reflectors sitting there on the right past the Christmas tree where the Twin City Raceway jersey barriers come to a point there. That's the 60-foot mark. The next cone you see out there is an orange piece of, it's just foam. It's like high-density foam in the middle of the racetrack. That's 330 feet. The same infrared beam with a reflector on that cone, that piece of foam. The reason they're foam down there is if a car runs those over, it won't damage the car. You can just plow through it. And it won't hurt anything. The next two are at the 8th mile. There's two because the first one is a mile-an-hour cone, and there's a known distance between that cone and the second cone. And it knows how fast you're going based on how much time it takes you to transverse that amount of space. The second one is the 8th mile timing cone. A little further down, you see the single cone. Oh, there is no single cone here. There's no 1,000-foot. There's the other set of 2 cones. That's the finish line. Same deal, mile an hour and ET. Mile an hour first, ET second, with those infrared beams. Just, you know, in case you were wondering how that worked. Let's see. There are free stickers at the BTR booth as well. If you want a free sticker to throw on your ride, cruise by that Brian Tooley Racing booth. Paul and Matt would be happy to help you with some stickers for your ride before you leave here. Again, that's available to spectators and track workers and everybody. It's all good. They've also got magnets. And those are the low, low price of $3.99. While you're over there, talk to them about parts for your next ride. LT, LS, Big Block, Gen 3 Hemi. They got it all. Again, we appreciate having them on board. Paul and Matt also both from Louisiana. So that was sweet. Let's see, we got someone else that needs to move their ride. If you have a gray... 2014 or newer Silverado. You're in a racer's pit spot. I don't see a... Oh, there it is. Arkansas plates. If you've got a gray pickup, Arkansas plates AUB 30J, you're in a racer's pit spot. If you're pulling in and you think like, man, I found the best parking spot ever, odds are good you're going to take one of our racers' pit spots. It's one of the negatives with the drag and drive world is we don't have trucks and trailers here. So we don't really have an easy way to delineate where we're parking for where you can park. But if you have a silver truck, Arkansas plates AUB 30J, we need you to move that truck. Thank you. Back to business, Daryl Yost. The twin turbo big block 69 Chevelle in the left lane. Your leader in Pro Street. So here we go, Daryl Yost. Alex Scanlon in the right lane, the 91 Camaro, with the Norex livery on the door, one of our sponsors. Brand new this year. Appreciate having you on board. Again, Yost, your leader, 874 his average. He's been as quick as 866. Sale happened at the BTR as well. While you're over there looking at those stickers and magnets, we're going to do an additional $25 off dual valve spring kits. So you can get an additional $25 right now. There's 10% off everything out there, plus an additional $25 off of dual spring kits at the BTR van. Hell yes. Dustin Cottle, third place in the category, his average 914. This is called Pro Street. The left lane is Steve Farber, second place in the category, his average 909. He goes 1023, 913. In the right lane for Cottle, he's been 908. Justin Heslin in the left lane, the 69 Camaro. He's fourth place in the category. He's lined up next to Jesse Haslett. Hazlett's second place in the 10-0 category. And again, we saw Urbach go 10-0-0. So he's just trying to put a little bit of room between him and Red Hat Scotty with his Fast Pass. Fast Pass is a deal. You get a get-out-of-jail-free card. You can hand it to the folks up here in the staging lanes, and we'll whip you right into the lanes. So Jesse uses his Fast Pass here. And again, trying to get a little breathing room between him and Red Hat Scotty and Mike Mead. Pretty much a race for second place now. And they're about to put the thing on the number. 940 in the left lane and a 1011 in the right lane. It won't help him at all. There's Joey Greer in the right lane, your leader in the gasser category with the C10. His average right now, 1121 with the orange tinted windows in the right lane. Left lane is Steven Narks, the 1970 MG Midget Gasser. That's cooler than the other side of the pillow. Steven Narks as he goes by. He goes able to pull a 12.25 out. Here's Jason King in the right lane, the Willys pickup truck. Freshly installed air conditioning for his wife Liz, who's down there on the starting line helping him with some video duty. The left lane is Brian Glover with that rat rod. The 38 Dodge. Glover's average right now, 1260. Jason King's average, 1187 with the LS powered Willys. The class called Gasser. Because, I mean, it's got to look like a gasser. Thanks again to all of our spectators out here watching some street car racing, race week style, on a school night. King goes 11:44. Brian Glover goes 12:95. He's gone as quick as 12:37. Travis Boltman is back. In the right lane with that OBS, your leader and probably projected winner in the 12.0 category with that OBS. His average coming into today, 12.00 with a 9, and he did it earlier today, went 12.00 with a 3. I'm kind of surprised he's running more. He's just looking to put it on the number. He wants a 12. Here's what his week looks like. He went 12.00 with a 2 at Pine Valley, day 1. Went 12.01 at the Motorplex, day 2. Last night at State Capitol Dragway goes 12.01 with a 4. And then earlier today went 12.00 with a 2 or a 3 or something like that, I believe. I believe that's going to be maybe our first 12.00 average throughout the week with that OBS truck. How awesome is that? Good job, Mr. Boltman. Left lane is David Brew at the Skyline. They call it Godzilla. His average right now, 12.70. He has turned in as quick as a 12.62, but he has actually put up a personal best, and I think that thing went in the 11s, like a lot in the 11s. Right-hand drive stick shift car. So it's a whole other thing, shifting it with your left hand and smashing the gears down the quarter mile. He does it again, 11.60, 12.05 in the right lane for Boltman, but 11.60 for the Godzilla car. How sweet, good for him. I think that's a new personal best for him again. And he said all I had to do was threaten to sell it. Daryl Goheen in the right lane, the Tesla. His average right now, 12.08. Currently sixth place in the category. Left lane is Nathan King. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits, 13.0. 13.0, come on down 4 and 5, please. 13.0, come on down 4 and 5, please. $12.87 and 11.97. 11.97 is too quick. Dan Gosha, the 99 Trans Am, his average right now 12.14. Outside looking in, looking for that 12 flat. The OBS truck in the right lane is Jeff Short. His average 12.12. Run down real quick and check out the top end of the racetrack before we send this next pair. Again, 13.0, 13.0, this is your call. 4 and 5, please. 13.0. This is your call. 4 and 5, please. I'm being told that the concession stand has all kinds of goodies up here. They got strawberry apple daiquiris. They got margaritas over there. Pina coladas over there. They got sour apple daiquiris. Blue raspberry daiquiris. They got Frito pie here. Chicken fingers. I'm about to dig into this burger I just got, but make your way over to the concession stand if you get a chance. Buy yourself something good to eat and something cold to drink. Footlong hot dogs? You guys got everything. Frito pie, footlong hot dogs, daiquiris, margaritas. Giddy up. This place is great. Thank you so much. Man, the track staff over here at Twin City Raceway is like, hey, you want a margarita? And I was like, sure. Well, she's like, they're really strong. I'm like, why don't I wait a couple hours? We're going till 10 p.m. tonight. It's only 5:30. So, like, I got to continue working, so I can't, you know, have a bunch of tequila. You think it's loose now? Wait until I have a couple of margaritas down me. It'll go nuts. Also, folks, don't forget we're doing that ice cream over at the Race Week bus. It's free. Caveat, with donation. Let's see. Chad says the margaritas are yummy. So I heard. Yeah. Attention all women racers and women co-pilots of women racers. Your free Wicked Chick shirts are now available at the Struggle Bus. See the girls at the Struggle Bus and tell them that Chad sent you for your free Wicked Chick shirt. Y'all. And apparently he says the margaritas he's heard are really yummy. Hey, these margaritas are awesome. Oh, here's, geez. They've got snow cones as well over there. Blue raspberry wedding cake. Oh, it's sherbet. Okay. Blue raspberry wedding cake, cotton candy, snow cream, strawberry lemonade, Arctic blast, tutti frutti, sour apple, banana, and tiger blood. For a sherbet. $5 for those. You guys need to charge more. It's like gourmet. Y'all are wild. So again, just down, checking out the top end of this racetrack, and we'll be back to business before you know it. 13-0 though. Make your way on down to 4 and 5, please. 13-0, 4 and 5. Can vouch. Cheeseburger and fries are absolutely amazing. Holy moly. Woo! Yeah. Big fan. So again, race day number 4. Day number 5. The last day for the racers to tighten up these averages. They do need to make the drive down to Lufkin, Texas. To solidify those averages and at least break the beams down there. Our final day, and if you're out here watching us at Twin City Raceway, if you want to keep track of your favorite drivers, check us out on BANGshift.com. You can go to the RockyMountainRaceweek.com as well. Click the link and it'll send you over there so you can watch that live stream we're going to bracket race all of our rides that are outside of the quickest 32 rides. Our quickest 32 rides, we're going to heads up race. Our quickest overall ride is going to leave with $7,500. Every class winner wins $1,000, except for unlimited wins $2,000. Our quickest of the heads-up classes, the FAF8, which stands for fastest 8, $7,500 as well. The BMF8, the 9 through 16th quickest rides, racing for $2,500. And the quick 16 running for $1,000. And again, that's based on individual runs, not on your average. That way, if you have a bad day, you have a chance to come back here and put some money in your pocket. The absolutely richest drag and drive in the country. If you win unlimited, you win FAF8, and you win overall, you will win $17,000 for driving your car around for a week. It's a pretty damn good payday for hanging out with your buddies. Shout out to Derek Putnam, the voice of SICK events, SICK Week, SICK Summer, the upcoming SICK 66, as well, for tuning in on that live stream. And yes, me on a margarita or two should prove interesting for sure. And thanks for checking out Race Week here, day number 4. 3 drag and drives happening simultaneously right now. Of course, we're here, Texas and Louisiana, doing our thing. Hot Rods Drag Week is happening in the Midwest. And Redwood Rally in the Pacific Northwest. All happening this week. Over 800 drag and drive competitors duking it out, coast to coast. Pretty damn awesome. The hottest thing in drag racing right now is drag and drive. Totally, don't forget, one of our presenting sponsor is SICK the Mag, and that's the SICK folks down there as well, Tom Bailey and Luke and Derek and all them cats. You can check out all the updates from all the events on sickthemagazine.com. And while you're over there, consider clicking on subscribe on that. It's a quarterly, like, coffee table book. And it's all drag and drive all the time. The thing is full color, cover to cover. Limited ads inside of it, and they cover every corner of drag and drive. And they're absolutely awesome to pull out all the stops on that, and on top of that, now they're doing their own events. They have 4 of them. Count them, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Planned for next year. Starting off with SICK Week in February. They'll do SICK Summer. They're going to do SICK Smokies. They're going to be in the Smoky Mountains. And I believe, Derek will correct me if I'm wrong, they're doing one in the Michigan area, which is where Tom Bailey is from and where SICK the Magazine hails. But we appreciate them coming on board. SICK Michigan Miles in August. Again, we appreciate them being on board, and again, they are all drag and drive all the time. They're also giving away a 9-second gasser. It's Jim Forbes' old car. It's an altered wheelbase gasser with a blown big block Chevrolet that runs in the 9-second range. You can go check out all that merchandise available on sickthemagazine.com. Every $5 you spend gets you an entry to win that gasser. And subscribers always get entered into those giveaways. So if you are a subscriber, every single time they have one of those giveaways, you get automatic entries. So if you are a proponent of drag and drive, or even a casual observer of drag and drive, you want to go check out Sick the Magazine, because those dudes are the dudes covering every single drag and drive event, coast to coast and even worldwide. There's the Sweden Speed Week. They cover that. They've got a couple of events in Australia. Unfortunately, we've recently lost Harry Haig, who put on the Hard Ass 1000 down in Australia. Hopefully, someone will take the reins on that and bring it to 2025 as well. But every single drag and drive event, they're covering it. And again, they are our presenting sponsor, came on board to help us out with the live stream here for all you folks, and it's a free live stream. So you can just go check that out. Go to RockyMountainRaceweek.com, click the link, it'll bring you over to BANGshift. You can also get it at BANGshift.com. And the BANGshift guys over there in the van doing the thing. Neil and Chad, cruising with us all week long. Chad missed day one. He was over at the Mo Party doing that thing. Joined us up on day two while Neil held down the fort with Chad's dad, Walt Reynolds. But we appreciate them a ton. They are some of the hardest working dudes ever. They're sort of like an announcer. You got to be here for the first pass and you got to be here for the last pass. So they are out here doing the thing non-stop. On top of that, they have to set up early because, well, I mean, we start at 3, so if they had started setting up at 3, you'd miss half an hour worth of the action. Well, they did the thing. Let me check and see if I've got any parts calls or anything like that coming up. There's a good picture of Matt Frost in the RMRWers page, looking a little bit delirious and dazed. Matt Frost, the dude behind the dude behind the dude behind Race Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week. Of course, this event born in 2015 after Matt Frost went over to Hot Rod Drag Week, had the time of his life with his car called the Hulk. On his way back from Hot Rod Drag Week, he and Zach Dykage, who was in the, he was helping out his wife, Melissa Dykage, in the Rowdy Radio category, came up with Rocky Mountain Race Week. It was based out of the Denver area, which is why the Rocky Mountains is in the name. Unfortunately, we lost Bandimere Speedway. So, you know, we had to get a little bit creative. So we moved into the Midwest, and for the Race Week event, now our first time ever, down in the Texas and Louisiana area. I do have a racer in need. Steven Narks is looking for a 16-inch radiator fan. If you have a spare 16-inch radiator fan, if you can run that by Steven Narks' Gasser MG or by the Rocky Mountain Race Week struggle bus, and we'll get it over to him. No one's taking you up on the springs? Paul Thornton from BTR had no takers on an additional $25 off on dual spring kits. So we're also going to sweeten the pot. How about $25 off of valve covers? So you get 10% off plus an additional $25 off of those BTR valve covers. Those are available with or without the BTR logo and with or without coil mounts on them. They're available in 3 or 4 different colors. So cruise down to the BTR 10. Dual valve spring kits, $25 off. Valve covers, $25 off, and already 10% off. We're going to sell out that van before we're out of here. Don't forget, we're also doing $50 off cams that they have there in the van. If you are needing a camshaft for your next ride, they got 10% off plus $50. That puts that cam in the $300 range. And if you've been pricing billet cams in the last few days, that is an absolute hell of a deal. So thanks so much to BTR and Paul and Matt over there from BTR. Throwing out a little extra deal for folks here on site. And again, that deal is good for spectators, for racers, for co-pilots, for track staff. I mean, shoot, if I went over there, he'd give me that deal too. I've already got BTR springs and all my stuff. And push rods. They also, again, get help from Driven Racing Oil. That whole van stacked full of amazing cases of Driven Racing Oil. If you need oil for your ride, cruise over there. That, of course, uses that base oil, the base kind of crude, out of Bradford, Pennsylvania. And that's that green tinted base. And that's the, if you know, you know. That's the good stuff. It's all about the lube. If you don't have good lube, you're going to have a bad time. And that pretty much works in life. But if you want the best lube for your engine, go check out Driven Racing Oils. And those BTR guys do have those available in the BTR trailer. They'd be happy to give you a sticker, give you a magnet, talk to you about springs, talk to you about cams, talk to you about lube. Paul and Matt are lube experts over there. With that Driven Racing Oil, they will help you get into the right oil for your ride. There's Tommy Stark riding around with a nitrous bottle, because that's the way. You're going to get that filled, and we'll get that 55 Chevy back up in the stick shift class with Blaine behind the wheel, his 16-year-old son. Again, all of our sponsors, Motion Raceworks, those guys are the real deal. Here's what's really cool, and especially for Derek, who's listening. Just solidified my trip to FL2K. So I'll be joining Cliff Parvin and Derek Putnam on the airwaves for FL2K. I'll be doing the in the pit reporting for the Freedom Plus guys, but the part that Derek's going to be like, man, Doug Cook told me I can drive that Motion Raceworks OBS truck around for that week. Not going to race it, but that's going to be my Uber. That's going to be my rental car. Motion giving away that OBS truck as well. That's that OBS with the ZZ632 splayed head 1,000 horsepower pump gas motor in it. And if you keep up with Cletus McFarland, he and LS George stole that thing from the TBM Brakes headquarters in Florida, put nitrous on it, and that thing ran in the 8-second range on motor, and it was only like a little shot, like 100 or 150 shot. On motor, that thing runs in the 920s. So that's going to be my rental car for down at FL2K the first weekend in October. We start Thursday. Where's my calendar at? Thursday, October 3rd through the 6th. So if you're not sick and tired of my voice, go check out Freedom Plus. You will get plenty more of me, but you get the added bonus of Derek Putnam and Cliff Parvin. And if you distill it down, there's maybe 10 dudes that do what we do, and you get 3 of them over there at FL2K. Really happy that I got the invite down for that. And I get to party with my homies, Cliff and Derek. And again, the added bonus, my rental car is the Motion Raceworks giveaway truck. The giveaway ends that weekend. Every $5 you spend at Motion Raceworks gets you an entry to win that ride. So a pair of 9-second rides getting passed out by two of our sponsors. Stick the Mag giving away that Gasser Nova that runs in the 9s. And Motion Raceworks giving away that OBS truck. Derek from Vice Grip Garage had that on sick week as well, so it's a street truck all the way. Every $5 at Motion Raceworks, TBM or Rife Sensors, TBM brakes or Rife Sensors gets you an entry in to win that ride. And that giveaway ends that weekend of FL2K. That'll also be the unveiling of the brand new Snot Rocket 3.0. That's Brett LaSala's new ride. Brand new, More Race Chassis built car. More Race Chassis, a longtime sponsor of Race Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week. Matt Moore, who ran the very first 4-second Rowdy Radial Pass here on Rocky Mountain Race Week, did that at Pueblo Motorsports Park with his Fox Mustang, Adam Moore Race Chassis. And again, Brett LaSala's brand new Snot Rocket 3.0 will be unveiled at FL2K. And if you know, you know, it's got the red tag on the chassis, which means it's got the certification for the class called Pro Modified. And he is going to look to rotate the earth with that brand new car. Brett LaSala, also a employee of TBM Brakes. They also have their brand new brakes, those XS3 street brakes, out. And Doug just completed a long trip from South Dakota to Idaho with those new SX3 brakes on his Nova called Bubba's Nova. With nary a problem on those. He has a manual stock GM master cylinder on that ride. It has no problem with 4-wheel XS3 TBM brakes on it. Those are those street brakes that they came out with. Save some weight, save some rotating weight, and keep all of your brake power for your street ride. But now seems like a good time. I'm going to go see a man about a horse. I do see some stuff coming back this way, so I got to be quick. I'll be right back. In the meantime, talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. The Snot Rocket is neither snot nor rocket. Discuss. we're back in business. Jeff Short with the Silverado OBS in the right lane. Left lane is Dan Gosha, looking for 12 flats. 12:08 and 12:35. Amazing. Thank you for the Diet Dr. Pepper. Absolutely. I will take you up on that. Here's Steve McDermott Jr. The Pro-Charged Small Block Mopar Dodge Dakota. Left lane is Chad Wilson. Again, both looking for that 12 flat on the scoreboard. $11.79 and $12.51. Here's Lance Walker in the right lane, the 5.3 SS S10 truck. This is out of the Outlaw Street category. His average right now, 969, using his Fast Pass. Cesar Campos. In the left lane. The 2010 Chevy Camaro. Campos average is 1217. Again, Walker's on 1221 is no help. And a 942. That's his best pass of the week by 2/10. At 144 miles an hour out of that 5.3 SSS10. Hell yeah. Laying it down. Here's that rag. 13-0 drivers, you need to be at your cars. 13-0 drivers, come to your cars. We're running you next. 13-0 drivers, come to your cars. So here's Josh McKenna. I've been calling him Vanilla Ice. The rag top Fox Mustang. He's in the 12-0 category, however, his average right now in the 14-second range. So he needs to pick up a couple of seconds here. He's lined up next to Chris DeLong in the right lane. The 4th gen, her average right now, 12:09. She turned in a 12:08 and a 12:03 the last 2 racetracks. Looking for that 12 flat. And again, she's racing Vanilla Ice in the left lane. That block was dead, yo. So I continue to A1A. Beachfront Avenue. Girls were hot wearing less than bikinis. In the left lane. And Chris DeLong in the right lane. Stevie's up here laughing at me. I just dated myself again. Look at 12 flats. Vanilla Ice bangs the tires on the line. Keep an eye on Chris DeLong. In the right lane. Look at that 12 flat. The 4th gen Camaro. 11.999 with a 6. 11.999 with a 6. 4 10,000ths of a second from perfect. Ah, heartbreaker. Whew. She normally drives the Chevette. Her husband, John Long Jr., typically drives that 4th gen, and he'll walk back and go, ah, 999 with a 6? Son of a... She shouldn't have gone to the bathroom first. It'd have been perfect without that. Here's our birthday boy. In the right lane is Larry Dawkins, the active duty paratrooper out of the 82nd Airborne. The CTSV wagon. Looking at 12 flats. The El Camino. In the left lane, James Desrat, third place in the category. His average right now, 12:04. Goes 12:32 and a 12:33, no help for either driver. But happy birthday to Larry Dawkins. Here's second place in the category, Jason Elite, in the right lane. His average right now, 12:02, and again, Travis Boltman, probably uncatchable with that 12:00 average, and he went 12:00 with a 2 earlier today, or 3 or something like that. Bradley McGraw in the left lane, the Corvette, his average right now, 12:15. Looking for those 12 flats. Just got a Frito pie up here. My God, it looks good. 12:01 with a 4 for that ride in second place. That'll put a little bit of pressure on James Desrat and John Long Sr., who we'll see with the first-gen Firebird at some point. And that's Krista Long's father-in-law, who we just saw go 999 with a 6. Joe Roberstad in the water in the right lane here. The 2008 regular cab Silverado. Drink. That means you, Mr. Putnam. Roberstad's average right now, 12:10 in the right lane. It's a spicy Silverado. Left lane is Greg Stafford. Greg had some issues trying to get that 12 flat. He actually went 12:00 with a 2 day number 1, but went too quick day number 2 at Ennis on all of his passes and said, I'm just in to go as quick as I can go. Hung out with him on one of our checkpoint stops, and he said, that's it, I'm just gonna look to go well into the 11th with the ZL1 Camaro, supercharged from the factory. He was 11:08. Boom! That's got to be his new PB. 11:08 for Greg Stafford. 12:09 in the right lane. And normally you're like, man, 11:08. That must suck. You can't really turn that in. He don't care. He just did a new PB. That's like losing in a breakout when you break out by a second, when you've never done that before. Take that all day long. I lost, but I went real fast. Good for him. Michael Deronda. They call him Sexy Bear. When I say they, I mean I don't know who. Someone sent me a message and said, call him Sexy Bear. Cool. I'll do that. 12:46 his average in the stick shift car. Gets some. He'll smash the gears and looking for a 12 flat. Sexy Bear goes 11:91. Gary Bro. Beautiful step side C10 in the left lane. His average right now 12:60. Again, look at that 12 flat. What a nice truck. I would drive that thing every single day. He goes 12:68 at 105. The right lane is Brian Price. His average right now, 12:21. Left lane is Curtis Tanky. With the GTO, his average 12:14. Again, looking for 12 flats on both sides. At the stripe, 11:96 is too quick, and at 12:17 in the right lane. Here's Mike Barnhill back with his Monte Carlo. He was on the very first Rocky Mountain Race Week, took a few years hiatus, and he's back out here on Race Week. Texas and Louisiana were at 3 brand new tracks for us and 3 brand new tracks for me. The only one we've been to before, Ennis, Texas. Come on down 2, 3, 4, and 5. Fortino, come on down 2, 3, 4, and 5. And Junior Street. Junior Street, this is your call. Come on down lane number 1. Fortino, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Junior Street, lane number 1. Stevie will pack up her Frito pie, and she'll go down and get in the rental to make her pass here tonight at Twin City Raceway, the House of Hook. Here's Mindy Coon, the S197 Mustang in the right lane. Her average right now, 12:10. She goes 12:09, 13:53 in the left lane for Michael Friesen, the 2010 Camaro. The 68 Mustang Coupe in the right lane. That's Don Harbin behind the controls. His average right now, 12:41. The left lane is Chris Benkin, the C6 Corvette. His average, 12:76. Mentioning it all night, keep in mind, everything that you're seeing has 750 street miles on it in the last 4 days. I guess really 5. 4. We didn't really drive that first day. 12:75 and 12:37. We'll be over 1,000 by the time we're complete here. Race Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week, still unapologetically one of the harder drag and drives that's out there to compete in. Many of these have distilled down to 600, 700, 800 miles for a week. We stick with the original Hot Rod Drag Week mantra of 1,000-mile torture test. The F150 in the right lane is David Winnett. He knocks the tires off, and the thing was doing a weird stanky leg move off the starting line. Left lane is Jake Bandman. 12:14 for Bandman. His average right now is a 12:10 and a 14:22 for the F-150 after the stanky leg maneuver here on the starting line. Little pickup truck on pickup truck crime coming at you. The right lane is Leroy Davidson, the 55 Chevrolet pickup truck. Left lane, the OBS truck, is Leland Gorel. His average right now, 12:62. He did go 12:06 last night at State Capitol Raceway. The extended cab step side truck. Oh, a bunch of smoke in the right lane. So hopefully he is on the brakes. He goes 13:15, 12:32 in the left lane. So I think we are gonna, yes, we are gonna go check out the racetrack real quick before we send this next pair. David Brewer may be looking for a strange rear differential for that R33 Skyline, that Godzilla car. He made a post about it and said, maybe okay. He went out and banged the gears to that 1160 earlier with that right-hand drive stick car. It's got a 1990 to 1996 non-turbo 300ZX center section.
I didn't put him over there.
So we'll see if this racetrack's in good shape before we send our next pair. The BMW with the roof rack on top. Jacob Edwards getting ready to run, and John Long Sr. in the left lane. Hey, the 1320 video guys are out there. They're doing those daily updates as well. Check them out at 1320video.com. And all your socials at 1320 video. Also, Fred's running around here somewhere. It's Fred's birthday. Happy birthday, Fred. Scott Whitty's like, come on, man. Can't be his birthday every day. You need a fishing pole. Okay. We got a racer in need a fishing pole right now. And when I say racer, I mean media guy. Scott Whitty's looking for a fishing pole. If you got one, bring it to the starting line. Actually, I think that Vince Rui was going fishing last night. He may actually have one. Here comes Jacob Edwards, again, the E30. In the right lane, John Long Sr., though, 4th place in the category. His average right now, 12:05. Again, Boltman's probably got it wrapped up. But John Long trying to put himself on the podium with the first-gen fireman. 12 flats. .1206 for John Long Sr. That won't help him at all. James Desrat with a 12:04 average. Jason Ali with a 12:02 average. He needs to be 0-0. So Whitty, I think Vince Rui's got a fishing pole. Vince Rui, I think, has one. Vince Rui with the JB Weld Express in the 9.0 category. That's 62 Nova out of FM Fab Speed Shop. Okay, you got it fixed. David Brewer does not need that weirdo rear end. A bracket was rubbing on the input yoke. Okay. Congratulations, David Brewer, though, on the many 11-second passes with that right-hand drive stick shift car. You're the real hero, man. Rick Thorpe at the stripe. Goes 12:08 at 110. I was telling Scott Whitty, I think Vince Rui has a fishing pole. So if you were looking for a fishing pole, Vince Rui was going fishing last night. So I think he's got one in his Nova.
I was fishing this morning, caught 2 bass in a warmouth at the Pine Valley Hotel.
Hold on. You were doing what now?
Well, this morning I actually had my fishing pole. I brought it and I've had it the entire trip. It's been in the car, but I woke up early, went fishing this morning, caught a couple largemouth bass, a warmouth, and I said I don't need the pole today. I'm going to the track. There's not going to be a pond there, plus I got work. Well, there's a giant pond down there with really good banks, clean banks, no algae in the water, and I am very disappointed in myself for not bringing my fishing pole.
That's like first day junk. I mean, if you're coming out here and fishing, you should definitely get out there and do it. And plus, I mean, I'm here, so I mean, you could, you know.
He won't care anyways. He likes me to be happy.
That's true. That's true. The 1320 video cats are out here doing the thing. 1304 in the left lane and 1304 in the right lane, 1310 in the left lane. We're in the 13.0 category now. your leader in the category, in the right lane. The car that I call the Thundercloud. His daughter Claudia named it. It's a 2016 Lexus GSF. His average right now, 1306. He's next to Martin Ranker. Ranker with the 65 Shelby in the left lane is third place, 1309. Looking for some 13 flats here. And really, Carroll needs to be like 03 or something. Ranker needs to be 0001. Vince Rui says, yes, we do have fishing poles. And Scott Whitty goes, 1329 and 1378 are no help for either driver. So Vince, you'll probably have a visit from the 1320 Video Cats because they're going to do a little fishing here at Twin City Raceway, the House of Hook. Doug Perry coming up in the right lane. The OBS extended cab truck. That's a beautiful truck, man. Way to keep it in good shape after all these years. Left lane is Jason Palmentier, the Sierra. Here, Mr. Whitty. Send me a picture of your bass. Yes, sir. Not your ass, your bass. Here's the Hondorado. This thing is a K24 Honda engine in an OBS truck with a T56 transmission. That's Devin Nuanis. And you see co-pilot Kyle down there doing the videoing for the TikTok. They're at a nursing garage on YouTube. Left lane is Alice Williams with the BMW 135i. Holy moly, Devin does like a 60 or 70 burnout in first gear with that Hondorado. He goes 1329, I'm sorry, 1375, 1329 in the left lane. Fred and Chad share a birthday. Is it your birthday, Chad? Happy birthday, Big Daddy. That's what I'm talking about. I hope it actually is your birthday. There's co-pilot Kyle down there and Red Hat Scotty. Again, Red Hat Scotty says the key to wins is Pantera, BTR parts in your stuff, and Buc-ee's sandwiches. Here's Ernie Ryan. Plays in the 13-0 category. The door's wide open for him to push him in front of Eric Carroll, who you saw run like a 1320. He goes 07. That won't be enough to push him in front of Carroll, but it'll put a little bit of pressure on Carroll. Here's third place in the 14-0 category, Matt Potter, the 2016 supercharged Buick Regal in the right lane. The C5 Corvette. That's Brighton Hickston. Scoreboards light up with a 1470 and a 1413. No help for either driver. Here's Kevin Williams, the S-Dime in the right lane. His average right now, a 1349 in the 13-0 category. He was looking for a 13 flat. It ain't going to happen on this pass. Oh, he does. Holy moly. He goes 1403. It sounded like it was struggling a little bit at the top end there, but it goes 1403. That is his best pass. Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin Williams looking for a 13-0. Aw. My bad, that's why it sounded bad. Wade Sunderland in the right lane, the CTSV first generation car. These are all stick shift. The early versions like this one, the 0405, are LS6 cars, 5.7 liter. The 0607 are LS2 cars, 6 liter. He'll bang the gears as he makes his way down next to Brock Roberts. Silverado. 1404 in the right lane for Sunderland. He'll like that. 1464 in the left lane for Roberts. Sunderland was 4th place in the category. That's going to help him a lot. That may put him on the podium for the moment. Garrett Hahn in the right lane, the S197 Mustang. Solo Rooster Garage livery on the door with a little YouTube icon. Left lane is Christy Shefford with the diesel Denali. Name of the game in the 14-0 class, just like the other index classes, looking for a 14 flat. 1431 is going to be no help. 1446, same deal. The Tickled Pink Challenger doing the burnout in the right lane. That color is actually called Pink Panther Pink. The 1971 ride. His average well in the 16s. Needs to pick up about 2 seconds here with what I assume is a small block Mopar under the hood, with the RT livery on the side. Left lane is Jeff Franz. Franz with the F-150. $15.80 and $16.80. No help for either. The stick shift focus in the left lane is Dale Farley, the previous winner of this 14-0 class with this ride. Caleb Sextro in the right lane with the square body. He's got the Ram Air going with the opening for the air cleaner just sort of pointed out front. $13.96 is too quick, and $16.03. It's not going to be any help for either. They'll come back around the next round. Ronnie Hagan in the right lane with his Silverado. The left lane, the S-Dime. The S10 truck is Mark Peel. Peel's averaged 14.15 in the top 10. Needs to put it on the number. $15.68 and $15.31, no help for either driver. Another step side C10 coming at you. That's Jordan White. No, it's not. Can't see the number. Right lane is Robert Miller, the 47 Chevy Fleetline. Go ahead. Miller out of the Disgruntled Car Club. It's a club for veterans. In the right lane, he goes 14-10, 14-13 in the left lane. Don't forget, racers, turn off your AC. That stuff needs to be off, and I mean like all day long. If you have it on like on the return road, it'll still gather up in there, and you will drip water on the ground, and we will be upset at you. We may not tar and feather you, but close. Brian Brown in the right lane. Second place in the category. His average right now, 14.05. He's chasing Anthony Watson with a 14.01. He needs to be 0-0 sometime tonight. Left lane is Jordan White in the Charger, the police car livery, 14.20 his average. Again, we need to be 0-0 something in the right lane to put some pressure on Watson. 98 is too quick, and a 90 is also too quick. Aaron Slayton does the burnout in the right lane. The minty clean Fairmont wagon. Might be, oh, it's an LTD wagon. Different but same. Left lane, it's Chad Hartshorn with the Durango. Hartshorn well in the 15-second range. Slayton in the 1470s. Scoreboards light up. 1501 and a 1542. No help for either driver. Here is your leader. In the right lane, completing the burnout in the 4th Gen Camaro. Anthony Watson. His average right now, 14.01. He needs to be kind of 14.05 or better to put a little bit of breathing room between him and Brian Brown, who we just saw running the Grand Cherokee. Left lane is Levi Rupert with the C20. He was the guy that was looking for the egg to seal up the radiator. We got him like a legit stop leak. Again, looking for 14.05 or 4 in the right lane. 1397 is too quick. 1497, not going to be any help. The Audi in the right lane. And the Dodge truck in the left lane. $14.88 for the German sports car in the right lane. $16.65 for the big old pickup truck. The 1955 Chevrolet 210 is Darren Guthrie. Guthrie's average is 14.26 for that 55 post car. The 210, the lowest of the trim level in 1955. Stick shift too. Okay, I see you. Looking for that elusive 14 flat, he goes 79, that's no help. Scott Lau, the 2020 F-150 in the right lane, will creep on up into the beams. Left lane is Taylor Dean with that square body truck. Dean's average 1483. Lau's average 1421. So tailgate on tailgate crime coming at you. Ford versus Chevy, new versus old, who you riding with? Top end. Scoreboard save 1467 and 1587, no help. Hey, that's my fiance and that's my rental. The V6 all-wheel drive Challenger in the right lane is Stevie Ellingson. Left lane is Wayne Pratt with the square body. Stevie's been as quick as 1508 with the rental. It's wild, it's got Colorado plates, it's where I'm from. But we rented it in Dallas. What? 1449 and 1502, her best pass of the week. Banner run, banner day for the Dory Ellingson household. Benny Fair in the right lane, the GMC Sierra. Don't call it a Silverado. Drink. Danny Fatka in the left lane. That's a Silverado. So drink again. Keeping those chat bleachers well lubed up with alcohol. You're welcome. 1449 in the right lane for the Sierra and 1789 for Fatka in the left lane. The Cornhusker Cougar. Dylan Peterson in the right lane out of the 9-0 category. Used his fast pass. His average right now 936. He needs to pick up a ton to try to move up on Luna Tran, who's at 908. He needs to be like 0-0, and that's probably still not enough. Left lane is Brighton Hickson. The C5 yellow melt your retinas Corvette. Looking for a 9 flat in the left lane. 9 flat in the left lane. 10:03. No help. 13:56 in the left lane. Here's Chris DeLong. After the heartbreak, 6/10,000ths of a second of a breakout. The Sonax livery 4th Gen Camaro on her fast pass in the 12-0 category. Her average right now 12:09. Left lane is Jeremiah Crook out of the 10-0. So looking for a 10 flat in the left lane and a 12 flat in the right lane.
Andrew, the next set will be Junior Street, 510 Full Tree, 8 mile.
Adam, what you see there should be the
Roger that.
11:52 and a 12:02. He'll take that. The 11:99.9 with a 6 is behind him now, and Krista goes 12:02 in that 4th Gen Camaro. Here's Matt Walker in Outlaw Street. Using his fast pass, his average right now 995. He's trying to put a little bit of pressure on Lance Walker with the S10. His average 969. So he needs to be kind of 950s to accomplish that. At the stripe, 10:15 at 137. And that brings up Junior Street. 13 to 16-year-olds driving full-size cars with their parent or guardian in the passenger seat. That's Bella Holt in the right lane with the F-150, and Connor Aspergren in the left lane with the wagon. Class, the same as the NHRA class of the same name. It's called Junior Street. They do need to go get a license for this class. Bella Holt in the right lane. Oh, unfortunately, the right lane ET timer is out. So we're going to back them back out, and we're going to go take a look at that because we are running the 8th mile, so they do need those. Earlier I was telling you about the infrared beams that go across the racetrack. That one at the 8th mile got knocked out of whack. And because this class is an 8th mile class, it's totally required for Bella Holt to actually get a time slip. So we'll fix that so she can actually get a time slip. Levi and Bella have me on the stereo in there. I can see it. No? Oh, they can just hear me through the window. Levi's a dork. Bella's awesome. They're out of Texas. Bella went and got her junior street license just a couple of weeks ago at Ennis, at the Texas Motorplex. And she's out here holding down 2nd place in junior street. Connor Aspergren in the left lane. The long roof Impala wagon Again, running for consistency, so the wagon looking for a 10:15. Bella looking for a 9:82. Again, talking 8th mile, you can't go quicker than 9 flat in this category. Racing full-size cars, this is a way for you to get your kids into drag racing without needing to buy a full junior dragster operation. Bella goes 980, looking for that 982. 12-12 in the left lane for Connor Aspergren. Here's your leader in the category, Lydia Walden, a wicked chick. Bella's also a wicked chick. Lydia looking for a 921. She turned in a 921, a 921 with a 3, and a 923. Looking for that 921 number with this Fox Mustang. Looking for that 921. She goes 928 at 77 miles an hour. How about 77 miles an hour for a 13-year-old? That's pretty sick. And we'll be down for a minute. We are going to go do some track prep real quick and tighten up this racetrack because we're bringing you the baddest of the bad and the fastest of the fast that we have to offer you here on the racetrack. We'll be starting with that Rowdy Radio class again, so as soon as I start calling cars back up, you will know that we have gotten that complete. And it'll just be a couple of minutes while we do some track prep because we're bringing you the baddest of the bad and the fastest of the fast. Thanks to all the spectators that came out here that are still coming around here. Look at all those folks in the tailgate section. Y'all are awesome. Sitting up there in the back of your pickup trucks watching some school night drag racing here at Twin City Raceway. We're going till 10 o'clock tonight. It's not quite 7, so we got 3 more hours of playtime. Ron's down there getting a much-needed water, running the lanes for you. Ron and Brian, the real heroes out here. Got to be honest, before we had Ron and Brian, this was an absolute crap show. Those dudes came in and straightened it right up. Missed Ron yesterday, and he's back today, and you can tell the difference. You can feel it in the air. Ron's doing the stanky leg down there, too. Hey, look, it's true. Ron's down there showing leg. I've been calling him the sexy grandpa for the last year or so. He is Michaela Stark's grandpa and Blaine Stark's grandpa. Blaine is here at Race Week driving the 55 Chevy. Michaela, unfortunately, we're missing this week because she's got to be smart. She's learning how to be smart up in college in Washington State. But the tree doesn't, or the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She also bangs stick shifts in her supercharged Fox Mustang. So the whole Stark clan and Connor clan are absolute gangsters. And we're missing Michaela. She's probably watching us right now on the live stream, or she's doing her homework. One or the other. Alita's here on the property as well. Alita is Ron's daughter. and Mac and Blaine's mom, and Tom's wife. She's the real saint in this whole deal. She keeps everyone kind of moving and grooving. And actually that 55 is her car. She just lets Blaine drive it. But again, just going to tighten up this racetrack. You see that flat drag machine out there doing the work. If you weren't here earlier, that deal has the tread of slicks on it. They cut the sidewall out, slap the tread on there, and it goes on that 3-point. You see the 55-gallon barrel on there. That helps push a little extra weight on there. And it will smooth out the high spots of rubber that are on the racetrack and lay down rubber in the low spots. So it'll give us a nice, clean, easy, consistent racetrack. Again, a big thanks to all of our sponsors: Motion Raceworks, Sick the Mag, 4Ride Performance, the BANGshift Billy, Brian Tooley Racing, Certified Performance, Circle D Specialties, Crower, Disorganized Grime, FM Fab, Mr. Vince Rui, we'll see him soon, Force Performance, High Speed Media, Joe Tech Motorsports, Juggernaut Mobile Welding and Fab, Nale Motorsport, Moody's Performance and Design, Norex Engineering, Parts Legion, Portable Car Hoist, the Roadrunner Stop Boutique, Cypher Specialties, Tuned by JP, War Performance, and BANGshift.com. And a big shout out again for you folks watching on the chat bleachers out there at BANGshift. And again, we appreciate Chad and Neil doing the thing. Parts Legion has over 600,000 parts, hundreds of brands, real-time inventory, and free shipping on most items over $199. Parts Legion can help you find what you need for your Chariot. Create an account at www.partslegion.com and use the coupon code RMRW to take 10% off your first order.
Yeah. I've been,
The gorgeous Alita Stark down here, hanging out and watching racing. While again, Mac is up in Washington State and not in classes yet, I'm told, but is working out for basketball. She's one of those sporty types. We're out here being fat and driving cars. She's up there ruling. Also, while we got a little bit of downtime, don't forget, spectators, we do have the official Rocky Mountain Race Week event shirts available at the Rocky Mountain Race Week bus. You can buy the same exact shirt that we give to the racing competitors and a bunch of other options. They got tank tops, they got hoodies, hats, keychains, all the official Race Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week stuff is available at that Rocky Mountain Race Week bus. That's on the tower side of the racetrack, right across from that Brian Tooley racing tent. So make sure you go over there, check out what they have to offer. They've got those, the tumblers as well for your coffee in the morning. So go check that out. They got stickers down there. You name it. The ladies will be happy to help you out. Improve your wardrobe and put some Rocky Mountain Race Week and Race Week swag on your back. In fact, if you want to look at what that looks like, this cat walking in the right lane right now, that's that official shirt. Show the people what that thing looks like. It's got Mike Mead's Mustang on the back, because that dude's a big S550 dude. He used to like Camaros, not anymore. It's got that ride on it, and it's got Brittany Friesen's old, when I say old, she still owns it, but the 4th gen Camaro on the back. So lots and lots of goodies available there, and every spectator pass is a pit pass, so you can make your way through the pits. You can see these guys living out of their cars for a week and doing the thing. Day number 5, race day number 4, smack dab in the middle of it. Currently 7 o'clock. We got 3 more hours of playtime out here, going till 10. And we appreciate all you guys coming out here to watch some Thursday night streetcar drag racing. And of course, drag and drive is kind of the, you think you got a bad streetcar? Prove it. And we make you prove it. We're going to drive them 1,000 miles in 6 days. One day, 440 miles. We did that on Tuesday. We drove from Ennis, Texas to Port Allen, Louisiana, 440 miles, and most of that was on side roads and by roads. We end up in smaller towns, and we end up spending our money in those smaller towns. We stay in the hotels that your neighbors manage and own. We eat food at restaurants that your neighbors and friends own. We've in the past sold out gas at gas stations that your neighbor and friends own. It's a good way for you to go see Americana. We don't typically just go right down the highway and blast 70 miles an hour or 75 miles an hour everywhere we go. We do side roads and by roads, and we see, if you've seen the movie Cars, Radiator Springs, like we like to go through those towns and improve the economy, pump a little bit of money to help those folks out for this week. And we love doing it. We hope that you love that we do it. Again, our first trip here to Twin City Raceway. In fact, our first trip to Louisiana. We were at State Capitol Raceway last night. And we wind it all back up tomorrow at Pine Valley Raceway in Lufkin. Again, if you're sitting here hanging out and watching and you want to see how it all shakes out by the end, check it out on that BANGshift.com live stream. You'll get to hear my voice plenty out there. And I'm sorry or you're welcome, whichever is appropriate. So we'll again just drag in this racetrack, then we'll spray with the spray rig. As soon as we get done with one of those lanes, I'll call cars up. A little more racetrack anatomy. That spray rig, that big tank on the back, is full of traction compound. It's a proprietary compound. They cut with alcohol so it'll spray through those spray bars a little easier. The nozzles on the end of those spray bars are not unlike the nozzles on your weed sprayer at home. It'll have a gas-powered pump doing the thing, and it will spray that traction compound, which is basically glue, on the racetrack and make it super duper sticky. Because we are going to send down the baddest of the bad and the meanest of the mean that we have for you, and let's go ahead and do it, racers. Attention in the pits. Rowdy Radial, come on up to 4 and 5. Rowdy Radial, come on up 4 and 5. Ultimate Radial, come on up 2 and 3. Again, Rowdy 4 and 5. Ultimate 2 and 3, please. Once again, Rowdy Radial going up 4 and 5. Ultimate Radial going up 2 and 3. I believe I still have that racer looking for that 5.3 LS in or around the racetrack here. If you have one, if you're from around this area and you know someone that has one, I bet he would take a 4.8 or a 6.0 or whatever. He doesn't care. He just needs to get the thing back up. If you have a 5.3 LS, he'll take a Gen 4 or a Gen 3. He doesn't care. Go to the Rocky Mountain Race Week bus, please. Let us know where we can pick that up, how much you want for it, and how much it'll take you to deliver it here to the racetrack. And we will see if we can keep that competitor in business. Once again, Rowdy coming up 4 and 5. Ultimate Radial 2 and 3, please. Get in your shoes to four-wheel drive up there, because it's sticky, icky, icky. And we're getting ready to go rowdy radial racing. Looks like we got the one taker for this round. That's Chris Patterson. One of our 2 rides left in competition. Josh Rich, still in competition. We saw him earlier with that Chevy Colorado. This will be our first look at Chris Patterson. Patterson's big Cummins diesel truck. He's been as quick as 6:49. His average, though, 7:77. And the thing to note with the big diesel truck, when you see it making a pass, it's got a dry deck block. It has no water in the block. He runs water through the head, and that is it. It's a crew cab, short bed, 3/4 ton Cummins. And he's gone as quick as 6:49 at 115 miles an hour in the 8th mile. They are ready for us, Mr. Ron. The racetrack is ready, so Mr. Patterson, go ahead and get in, get those belts tight, and get that helmet on. We are getting ready to go rowdy radial racing. Is this thing on? So the racetrack is ready to go. So go ahead and get in, get those belts tight, get the helmet on. We are ready to go. Again, Chris Patterson, the 3/4 ton Cummins diesel truck. There's Zach Dykich. He got here in the rental. Chrysler Pacifica. And he says that thing is big time bad. Something like that. Melissa down here, unfortunately the Biz Marquee, unable to make the call. I started calling it the Grandma Key. It's got the dog dish hubcaps. It looks like, again, your grandma would just hop out of that thing, and then Melissa hops out, and it's like, wait a second. Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. Let's do Unlimited, come on down 4 and 5. Unlimited, come on down 4 and 5. And Hot Rod, come on down 2 and 3. Hot Rod, 2 and 3. Unlimited, 4 and 5. Hot Rod, 2 and 3. Melissa, one of those Carnegies out of Wyoming. And if you all have your head under a rock, you haven't heard of Lance Carnegie. He's the dude that does the power wheelies all the time in that Chevy 2. I've gotten to call 2 of his races here recently, and that's been fun. That car is bad to the bone. So here we go, Chris Patterson. One of our 2 rides left in Rowdy Radial. Again, he's been as quick as 6:49, 1:15. Once again, Unlimited, come on down 4 and 5, and Hot Rod, come on down 2 and 3. So the dry block Cummins turbo diesel, running in the category called Rowdy Radial. Out of the unrivaled diesel can. 148 to 60 foot, then starts. He gets back in it. He goes 649. 114 equals his better time, or his previous time, 649.0. A little bit quicker even. He was 649.6 earlier. Goes 649.0. 114. And that'll bring up, oh. Anthony Salazar in the right lane, the square body truck. Also, racers, we're getting to be that point. Let's go ahead and get your running lights on. From here forward, parking lights, running lights. From here forward, so we can see you at the end of the racetrack. John Long Sr. in the left lane, using his fast pass in the 12-0 category. Looking for that 12 flat for that Firebird. The right lane, Salazar. In the Ultimate Radio class, 10 flat his average. Has been as quick as 974. Goes 968, his best pass of the week. John Long goes 1221, John Long Sr. Once again, Unlimited. You should be down in 4 and 5 Hot Rod, and 2 and 3, please. Unlimited, 4 and 5 Hot Rod, 2 and 3, please, and Motorcycles. Motorcycles, come on up to lane number 1, please. Motorcycles, lane number 1. Oh, man. And I'm looking down there, and I see our overall leader heading into the staging lanes right now. Our first look of the night, when he comes back around, at Earl Schexnader. Our overall leader at the moment is average 747. He's been as quick as 718 in that ride. He's also been as fast as 197 miles an hour. So we'll see him coming up here in the next few pairs. Once again, Hot Rod, come on down 2 and 3. Motorcycles, come up to lane number 1. Oh. I got a racer in need. Brian Glover in that cool old Dodge pickup truck rat rod. He's needing a small cap MSD distributor cap. It's for a Chevrolet. So if you got a small cap MSD distributor cap, run that by the Rocky Mountain Race Week bus, the struggle bus, or if you know where Mr. Glover's pitted at, if you can cruise that by him, he burned that thing up. So if you got a small cap, and I'm sure we can come up with that, that should be pretty easy. Small cap MSD distributor cap. We'll get it to you, my friend.
Thanks, sir.
Doing great.
I haven't made a good plane pass all week.
That junk 2 years ago could barely go 50 miles an hour.
This is the third year. I actually finished today, but I'm making it to Lufkin.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Absolutely. So again, if you got a small cap MSD distributor cap for a Chevrolet, Mr. Brian Glover could use that thing.
Hey, but I want to grudge race. If I can get my shit running again, I want to grudge race.
Motorcycles, come on up lane number 1. A 931 in the right lane. It's for Corey Petska with his 68 Camaro. Again, motorcycles, come on down lane number 1, please. I got Stevie up here, who made her fastest and quickest pass. Ow, ow! If there was a 15-0 class, we'd be killing that class. There ain't, however. So we suck. That's all right. Whatever. We got something for you in the bracket race, though, tomorrow. Old Stevie Ellingson's got a handful of trophies stacked at home. They're mostly second place trophies, but you got to win some rounds to get second place. So, you know. Here he comes. Earl Schexnayder. This ride's been 7:18, and on a separate pass went 7:26 at 197. Our overall leader, the first time we've seen him tonight. The baddest car we have on the property. The New Edge Mustang pulling in the left lane. How about a low 7-second street car? The right lane is Brian Dater, the Gentleman Gym truck. They say, here we go. So Dater in the right lane, Schexnayder in the left lane. That thing's got power windows, too. Streetcar stuff. No? Can he put that thing in the sixes? We're about to find out. Nope, knocked the tire immediately. So Brian Dater's going to go ahead and see if he can drive on by. Boy, I think that Schexnayder guy. Dater goes 11:49. Earl goes 17:58 at 51 miles an hour after the immediate knock of the tire. Again, motorcycles come on down lane number 1. Motorcycles lane number 1. I believe a couple of fast pass rides coming at us. Yes, that's Alex Williams in the left lane. The BMW in the 13.0 category. Currently 4th place with a 13:31. Martin Ranker in, I'm sorry, 4th place with a 13:31. Martin Ranker in 3rd place with a 13:09. So he needs to be 0-0, and I think that's not even going to be enough. The right lane is Chris Presnall. Presnall in the stick shift category in the right lane. And again, racers, taillights please, taillights please. A 13:06 and an 11:68. Blaine Stark walks out of his shoe. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. 9-0, come on down 4 and 5. 9-0, 4 and 5. 10-0, come on down 2 and 3. Again, 9-0, come on down 4 and 5. 10-0, 2 and 3. Here's our Racers for Christ chaplain in the right lane. That's Kelly Springerly. And he's out here on his honeymoon. He got married last week. Left lane is Rod Bartholomew, 2nd place in the hot rod category. His average 9:01. He ran 9 flat, 9:02, and 9:01 for a 9:01. The leader in that category in the water right behind him. So Walter Doyle will see if he needs to turn up the wick or not. Bartholomew needs At the stripe, he goes 9:23 at 1:51. Springerly, 17:48. He's having issues with that car. It's been in the 15-second range. So he must be having some issues in there. And again, he's on his honeymoon. Happy to have him out here. Here's Walter Doyle, the leader in the hot rod category. He just saw Bartholomew knock the tire and go 9:23. He needs something in the 8-second range to lock up this win in hot rod. And again, it'll freeze. He's got to make the drive back to Pine Valley Raceway and at least break the beams to stay in competition. The left lane, the Willys wagon. He did like 3 or 4 wheelies in a row last night at State Capitol Dragway. Kind of rump, brump, brump, brump. The side says, well raced for tacos. His average right now, 9:22. He has run as quick as 8:85. Doyle Bill's average 883. He's run as quick as 862. Side by side, 8-second passes in the hot rod category. 856 in the left lane, 889, I'm sorry, 856 in the right lane, 889 in the left lane. That 66 Chevelle is limited to 850 in the quarter mile. On the brakes goes 856 at only 141 miles an hour. 889 for Richard Jones is his second best pass of the week. Pair of C10s coming at you. Brady Bluma in the right lane. The tube sock. Left lane is Yusuf Hayek. Hayek's average 1235. Bluma's average 1068. Again, 9-0. 9-0 come on down 4 and 5. 10-0 come on down 2 and 3. Racetrack here at Twin City Raceway. At the stripe, 1031 in the right lane and a 1317 in the left lane. Casey Everly completes the burnout in that white C10 in the right lane. The left lane, the C6 Corvette. That's Michael Austin.
Jeremy back on the start line to help you watch it down.
Announcing to nobody, had this thing off. Ryan Glover, we have your distributor cap at the Rocky Mountain Race Week bus. So cruise over there and see June and the ladies, and they have your distributor cap. So 1142 and a 1414. Anthony Watson's 1414, no help on him with that Fast pass for him. Fast Pass, kind of our get out of jail free card. You have a bad pass and you want to get to the front of the lanes, make it a lip pass. One per week, and that's it. The left lane, Lane Atherton goes 1169, 1037. In the right lane for Bo Atherton in that 10-0 class. Fourth gen Camaro in the right lane in the water. That's Keith Mott in the 9-0 class. His average right now, 939. He's trying to get himself ahead of Dustin Peterson with the 936, but probably is not going to be able to catch up to Luna Tran, Vince Rui, or Jacoby Betts. But he's going to do his damnedest to get ahead of Dustin Peterson with that Cornhusker Cougar here on this pass. Wheels up time. 32 to 60 foot. He's 581 in the 8th and goes 910. So that's his best pass by a lot. He went 913 last night, but the previous two races, 961 and 941. So chipping away at it. Chris Atkinson in the left lane, the CTSV wagon, is average 973. He has been as quick as 947 for that long roof CTSV. The right lane is Dave Mesa. His average 1038 in that 9.0 class. Atherton will knock, or Atkinson, I'm sorry, will knock the tires off. And 950 in the right lane. In the pits, 11-0, 11-0, this is your call. Come on down 4 and 5, please. 11-0, come on down 4 and 5, please. Here's your leader in 9-0, Jacoby Betts. His average 903. The second-gen Camaro in the left lane. He's trying to hold off Vince Rui with a 904 and Luna Tran with a 908. The right lane is Josh Babb. Babb outside looking in, has managed a 975, but struggled thus far this week. 1104 his average. So looking for 9 flats in both lanes. Three for Betts and 1162 in the right lane. Here's that Cornhusker Cougar in the left lane and Vince Rui in the right lane. Dustin Peterson, 4th place in the category, 936 his average in that left lane. Vince Rui trying to chase down Jacoby Betts. He needs to be 901 or probably 900 on this pass to do that. The Nova out of FM Fab. Yes, I can. I'm sorry. This is your announcer. What up? How can I help?
Hey, this looks like somebody called the fire truck. We got a fire truck running around the lane.
Also, while I've got you, is there any way you guys can dim the scoreboard? Had a fire truck pull up.
Computer just dim the scoreboard.
So here we go, Kevin Williams, the S10. Again, we had a fire truck pulling up. I guess they were looking for an accident that they can't find. We had to make sure they weren't trying to get in here. Real quick. But anyway, Kevin Williams, the S10. Once again, 11-0. 11-0, make your way down to 4 and 5, please. 11-0, 4 and 5, please. $14.15 for Williams with his S-dime. And here's Mike Mead. Mead out of the Zane Bobo Racing Team in the right lane. High quality jack stands and wrap film. Left lane is Jared Kime. The 10-0 class, Mead currently sits 4th place in the category. 10.06 needs to be 10.00 with the S550. Scoreboard lights up with 10.07 and a 10.06. Red Hat Scotty's back in the right lane, the Fox Mustang, and that awesome Diamond T truck with twin turbos. That's Alan Harvey, the 1937 Diamond T 307. Looking for 10 flats. The Fox Mustang in the right lane is Red Hat Scotty's high school car out of Questionable Performance Solutions. Turbo LS for power in the right lane. On the brakes, 10.07 in the left lane, 10.06 in the right lane for Red Hat. Attention to the pits, and a small block, come on down 2 and 3, please. And a small block, come on down 2 and 3, please. The Grand National completes the burnout in the left lane. The right lane, David Chaves. Chavez. 13.50 is average. He's been as quick as 10.25 though. Unfortunately, it turned in a 20-second time slip. The Grand National goes 10.07. That's Todd Kay. Do have the reds on right now, just checking out that right side of the track real quick. And then we're going to bring up Kelly Springerly again. The 66 Chevelle should be in the 15-second range, but he's been having some issues and it's been running in the 17s. I think he maybe fixed something and used his fast pass to come on up here. I do see my NA small block cars coming up. Again, NA small block. Need you in 2 and 3, please. We get the thumbs up, and here comes Springerly. Our Racers for Christ chaplain, and the dude that's on his honeymoon with his brand new bride. You see her down there on the starting line. Springerly in the hot rod class with the 66 Chevelle. Chevelle sounds good through 2 gears. And it goes 1694, still slow from what it should be running. The CTSV sedan. Chad Cates in the left lane. His average right now 11.05 in that 11.0 class. He's 3rd place. The right lane is Christopher Powell, the 02 Silverado. His average right now 11.07. He's 4th place. Need 11.00s to start putting some pressure on Tony Hansen and Michael Hollis. Scoreboards light up with 11.17 and a 10.75, no help for either. Sixth-gen Camaro in the left lane is Jim Poindexter, 11.86 his average, outside looking in this category. And BJ Saucier in the right lane with his Silverado drink. Both rides knocked the tires. Got a racer in need a compression tester. If you got a compression tester, if you can run that by the race week bus, we'll get that to the racer that needs it. Again, if you have a compression tester, if you can run that by the race week bus, and we will get it to that racer that needs it. Wade Azevedo in the right lane, the Hellcat Supercharger on top of the LS engine in the CTSV. Left lane, the C8 Corvette is Joey Marshall. The 23 model, 11.59, his average. Azevedo, 11.75. Attention to the pits, and a big block. And a big block, come on down 4 and 5. And a big block, come on down 4 and 5, please. Looking for 11 flats. Scoreboards light up with 11.34 and 11.28. The 11.28 is Azevedo's best pass of the week. Bill Atherton, truck in the left lane. Streely's OBS, 11.32 for the average. Atherton's average, 10.34 in the 10.0 class. A little bit of cleanup there on the left side of the racetrack before we bring Stacy Streely up with his OBS. I was going to say tailgate on tailgate crime, but Atherton's got the tailgate off of his ride. Full race mode. Looking for 10 flats, 10.31 and 11.39. No help for either driver. Here's Sarah Thorpe in the left lane, the GTO. Out of disorganized grime. The right lane is Jacob Edwards. Jacob's average 11.17. Thorpe's average 11.25. She did turn in 11.05 last night. So you know that the GTO's got the stank. At the stripe, 11.01 and 11.03 side by side. Their best passes of the week for both of them. And here's your leader in the class, Michael Hollis in the left lane. The Crew Cab G-Body Malibu. His average right now, 11.03. He's put 2 numbers on 11.00. He ran an 11.08, 11.00, and 11.00. If he can go 11.03 or better, he'll probably lock it up. Right lane is Dennis Stringer with the Camaro. Stringer outside looking in, 11:31. All eyes on the left side. Looking for that 11:03 or better. Coming to you. Attention to the pit, stick shift. Stick shift, this is your call. Come on up 2 and 3, please. Stick shift. Come on up 2 and 3. Can Hollis lock it up right now? He can't. 11:20's no good. 11:15 in the right lane. Another pair of pickups coming at you. The S10 in the right lane, the mini truck. Going against the full-size Silverado in the left lane. Drink. Brian Carmy with the S10. His average right now, 11:43. Left lane is Tony Hansen. Second place in this category. He just saw Hollis go 11:20. And the door is open. He needs to be 01 or better probably. Out of that left lane. Both rides spooling up the turbos. They let off the violence button. They head down to 1320 here. The S10 will get there first with 11:03 and 11:04 for Hansen. That won't be enough to put pressure on Hollis. The 11:04 matches his average at the moment, but Hollis's average is 11:03, so he's got to be better than that moving forward. $11:03 for Carmy is his closest to that 11 flat. His average 11:43. That'll move him way up in the standings, but won't get him anywhere near the podium in this class. Lane Atherton. The 79 Camaro, and it's a beautiful car, in the right lane. His average 11:57. Left lane is Tommy Fielder. Fielder out of the 9.0 category with the 14 Corvette. Unfortunately, way outside, looking in, 11:99 his average. Stripe 11:93 and 11:57, no help for either. The naturally aspirated small block Nova in the right lane. That's John Gilman. Out of shop 209. The naturally aspirated small block ride.
I need some right lane stick shift cars, right lane stick shift cars. I don't have any.
Left lane is Kevin Bishop with the Firebird. Both naturally aspirated small block rides. Bishop 6th place in the category, 11:44. Gilman 4th place in the category, 11:37. Scoreboards light up with 11:32 in the right lane and 11:54 in the left lane. Here's your leader in the category, Dave Berry, in the right lane. 10:10 the average for the Nova. He has run as quick as 10:05, looking to put it in the 9s and wrap up this class. Keith Horton in the left lane, 3rd place in the category, 10:29. He's trying to run quicker than like a 10:20. He needs to be like in the teens area to start putting some pressure on Brittany Friesen, who's right behind him in the water in the right lane. Again, Barry's been as quick as 10:05. Can he go in the 9s? Horton has been as quick as 10:20. LS motor under the hood. Scoreboards will light up with 10:09 and a 10:22. Here is Friesen, 2nd place in the category. She just saw that 10:09 and that 10:22, and the door is open. Here goes Friesen. Second place in the category. She needs to be in the 9s to put some pressure on Barry. She does it, 10.000 with a 4. That'll put a lot of pressure on Keith Horton. Horton's car has only been as quick as 10.20. Friesen goes 10 flat for a new personal best. Attention in the pits. I do have a racer in need. When I say racer, I mean live streamer. Chad across the way with the van ran out of gas. If you've got a few gallons of just regular crap pump 87, if you can run it over to the BANGshift van, the BANGshift bus, he will be happy to buy a couple of gallons of gas off of you because the van's kaput at the moment. Y'all are wild. Nico Christofferi in the left lane. Also a bow tie engine, shop's engine in that car. 1188 for Nico. Attention in the pits. Outlaw Street. Outlaw Street come on up 4 and 5. Outlaw Street come on up 4 and 5. So again, if you just got some regular everyday 87, if you can either run that by the Rocky Mountain Race Week bus or cruise it by the BANGshift bus, they're going to need gas to go to the hotel later at night. And that's funny. I don't care who you are. Eric Grillo in the left lane. His average right now, 11:43. He's been as quick as 11:16. Right lane is Julia Smith with the 67 Coronet in the naturally aspirated big block category. Moore's got your gas. Jeff, if you can either run that to the Rocky Mountain Race Week bus or the BANGshift bus is on the other side of the racetrack, the non-tower side. It's the white van in front of the ambulance. Jeff Moore from 918 Motorsports. He's got your 87. Here's your leader in the National Aspirated Big Block category in the left lane. That's Robert Collins. Pretty much his race to lose. Second place is Steve Smith with 11:53. He goes 10:30. Right lane, 1362 is Brett Marvel with his pick-em-up truck. And here comes stick shift. Blaine Stark, the 55 Chevrolet, 16 years old, wheeling the long roof 55 with an LS assisted by nitrous oxide. The right lane is Cody Knutson with the Mustang. His average 1171. Blaine's averaged 1109, but he's been as quick as 1004. Unfortunately, this thing's got a hurt piston. So they pulled the nitrous jets out of the fogger in the cylinder that has the burnt piston up, and it's running 7 cylinders with nitrous. 1 cylinder naturally aspirated. And again, the best part, their radio is on the same frequency as the track radio. So you can hear Tommy talk to Blaine over the track radio. Oh, they must have switched their frequency. It's not on there anymore. That was wild. Left, right, stop, forward, left, stop, slow. He'll open up the passenger door, he'll turn on the nitrous bottle, and you'll see the nitrous start purging out of the 55 wagon. Blaine's 16 years old, wheeling that stick shift 55. He also got his license in that OBS Motion Raceworks truck that I get to drive around at FL2K. And he's also the CEO at Motion Raceworks. I don't work at Motion. So 7 cylinders of nitrous, 1 naturally aspirated cylinder in the left lane for the wagon. And Knudsen in the right lane. 1171 is average with that Fox Mustang. The class called stick shift. You must leave with a foot-operated clutch. The shifts are clutch-assisted, so no Lenkos or any of that kind of stuff. You actually got to pull the handle around. Both rides making their way down at the stripe. 1097 for Blaine, 1161 in the right lane for Knudsen. Bailey's average right now 1124. Attention to the pits, limited street. Limited street, come on up 2 and 3. One more time, limited street. Come on up 2 and 3, please, for your next pass. Currently 8 o'clock, we got 2 more hours. Dean Hefta with the C7 in the left lane, and Jacob Bailey, the GTO in the right lane. Throwing around that gear shifter. Plot slide up with a 1051 in the right lane and a 1308 in the left lane. Here's Bill Armstrong back. He drove this to Lufkin, Texas from Evergreen, Colorado. The right lane is Phil Balmaceda. Phil's had a slew of person 56. He turned in a 1026 last night, but obliterated that earlier. Bill Armstrong's averaged 938, but that car should be in the 870 range. He's run as quick as 911 here on this event. Been having some issues with the fair lane. For a couple of years and has some issues again. And he'll slow. Phil Balmaceda goes 1035. And Bill Armstrong at 1311 at 68. A pair of Fox Mustangs in the water. Getting ready to do their burnouts. Jared Burton in the right lane. His average 1507. That lane is on to a friend with the Cobra. His average 1290. He's running quick as 1270. top end. This is why we need you to have your tail lights on. So they can see you. So I'm looking down there, I got nothing. I can't see anything. You have your tail lights on, you can find it. So we're going to scoot that car off, and we'll back the other cars out of the water, and we'll get there another burnout, because why not? Burnouts are free. Rich the Canadian, eh? We'll back this hair out, and it'll go scoop off with center car and stuck there on the top end. And again, we'll give them another set of burnouts, because burnouts are free. I won't even charge you extra for them. In fact, this deal got me the incentive kit. Up from the Great White North. This is also driven his car in Florida for 60. He puts on snow tires and mud flaps. This is 8-year-old dad in the passenger seat and drives it down to Florida with a speed of 50. Here this week is that flat pool. I'm in this house. You're waving there, y'all. I think you're waving them too. They might like it. You do your princess wave. When I saw the guy behind me, dirty traffic sharp. He's got a brand spanking new Cuda. And he's going, but it's getting too heavy. That might be bad. That dude's also a really good tuning. He tuned my Cadillac a little bit. In fact, I've got it on the hook. I'm tuned it with the new motor. We'll work that out. He gives me a thumbs up. He's like, I'm in. He's going to fly down. I'm going to give him an hour. 3 hours for you. For you. Brand new pilot. He just earned his pilot's license recently. And when you live in Alaska, you're about 5 billion kilometers from any apple farm. I don't know what a kilometer is, but you're really far away from it. They also have to drive and drive up there the miles of Ennis. Which is weird because they don't even know what a mile is. They couldn't call it the kilometers of chaos. Then it's say okay, and, you know. But instead it's mom, ROS, the miles of Ennis. He's going to hurry up. He has to be smooth today. This last G8 car must weigh 3,000 pounds. These 6-cylinder cars must weigh 2,600 pounds. 2,700 pounds. 4-cylinder cars must weigh 2,500 pounds. They must leave on a clutch pedal, and they're not allowed to have planetary type transmissions. No no-toes, no jet toes, none of that kind of thing. No Liberty, but that's not true. Liberty's been allowed out. You can be 8-pattern only. That won't go away. You can have a vertigate shifter in this class now. In fact, we had Brent Stevens out with his Mopar with a Liberty and a Vertigate in this class, and looks like we got that car off the top end, and we're going to burn him out again. Tess Wood, her average right now 13.65. She's been as quick as 10:30. And again, Rich Guido, the Canadian Chuck Norris, second place in the category. His average 9:30. He's chasing William Hogan with the 9:29. He's been as quick this week as 8:84, but that car has been 8:51. or 2, something like that. The chassis is only certified to 850, so he's right on the cusp. The thing's 4,000 pounds of Pontiac streaks, dude. I mean, like real life, drive it everywhere street car. And he's pretty nice until you give him a couple of Coronas. If you know, you know. If you watch my podcast, I gave him a new name after he had a couple of Coronas. Guido knocks the top. Go after burning the tires off, goes 11:01.136. Tess Wood goes 11:15 after having, so not the run that either of those drivers were looking for. Tess, one of our wicked chicks as well. Left lane is Jason Dunham. Oh no. The Mustang in the left lane, Jason Dunham, lets out the clutch and it sounds like the drive shaft just spit out of that thing or something. Rear end broke. I don't know what happened. That was wild. Atkinson in the right lane, looking for that 9 flat. Oh no, it's fine. Okay. Reset the tree. I'm not sure what happened there. That was wild. So Dunham's Mustang, his average 12:18. He's run as quick as 10:44. Had a bad day yesterday, turned in a 15:14. And then Atkinson in the right lane. Look at, I'm sorry. Yeah, definitely. Atkinson, look at that. And he's going to back out. So Dunham does not get a time. And we'll run Atkinson as a single. I'm not sure what happened there. There was some wildness happening there. Cruising down to 13:29.94 for Atkinson. Number better than Rich Guido right now. He's run as quick as 8:87 with that truck. The quickest stick shift full-size truck in the country. But only 128 miles an hour. Having some issues at the top end. He was 123 miles an hour at the 8th and only picked up 5 numbers by the quarter with a 9:16. But you saw Rich Guido knock the tire, and he's run out of time to get himself put back in front of that pickup truck. Again, Pro Street, come on down 4 and 5, please, and Gasser, come on down 2 and 3. Here's Martin Ranker. 3rd place in the 13-0 category. He's at 13:09. He needs to be 1 or so. Right lane is Christopher Powell in the 11-0. Looking for 13-0. Oh, there he goes. On the button. 11:00 with a 1. For Christopher Powell, and that is going to start moving him right up the ranks. Chad Cates, Tony Hansen, Michael Hollis. Christopher Powell in 4th place, just put it on 0:01. Here's Blaine Thiessen, 2nd place in Outlaw Street. His average right now 8:57. That thing 8:50 limited. The S10 in the right lane is Lance Walker. 4th place in Outlaw Street. His average 9:69. Again, Thiessen 2nd place. He's 1 number off of Aaron Schaefer, who's right behind him. Thiessen looking to put it on 8:50 or somewhere near it in left. He goes 8:63. That won't be any help, and you heard him whomp it at the top end, and that was a poor choice. Should have stayed in it. That car probably would have gone way closer to that 8:50. 9:39 in the right lane for Walker. He's his best pass of the week by a ton. His quickest before was a 9.66. He picks up 3/10. And here comes Schaefer, trying to lock up that outlaw street category in the left lane. His average right now, 8.56, and again, holding off Blaine Thiesman with the 8.57. He needs to be probably 8.54, 3 or 4 or better. Matt Walker in the right lane, the third-gen Camaro. His average, 9.95. The tire. Schaefer looking for that 850 or something near it. Goes 854. So that's not exactly the Toyota Tundra, or what are we spraying for mosquitoes? Is that what's happening? Okay. So we got a little action going on out here. This is new to me. I don't know. Really what's happening, he's spraying skeeters. This is new territory for us. Never seen a racetrack spray for mosquitoes before. Welcome to the South. Here we go. We're a little bit in uncharted territory. We're from Colorado. And we get mosquitoes, but apparently not like you guys. You guys might have like tank-sized mosquitoes that we need to spray for. This is good. First time for everything. I dig it. Twin City Raceway, you guys are awesome. We're having a blast, y'all. So we're down for a moment while we kill the skeeters. And if you're getting eaten alive, then you can feel pretty good about that, because they'll be dead before you know it. This is great. Over the radio here that the mosquitoes get as big as like a Volkswagen Beetle. Yeah, they're just if you've seen the movie Cars, I mean, there you go. They're just cruising. This is awesome. Loving being down here in Texas, Louisiana. We've had absolutely a blast with all these tracks. Every one of you guys have been more than hospitable to all of us cruising out here and partying in your town. I love it. Absolutely love it. So again, Pro Street, you should be in 4 and 5. Gasser in 2 and 3, please. Pro Street in 4 and 5. Gasser in 2 and 3, please. And here we go. The skeeters are dead. And that's going to bring up Danny Odom. The Hellcat Challenger. Her average right now, 10.54 in the Outlaw Street category. She's been as quick as 10.43. she's way in the center of the racetrack. I don't think she got any of the cones. Woo! All right. She goes 11:42 at 91 after letting off the gas. The four-door Rocket CTSV sedan. She's been having issues. Knocking the tire off and having just a bunch of kind of struggles here the last couple of days. Stephen Willingham in the left lane, the leader in the limited street category. His average right now 8:57, and I think he's got that class locked up. Smith's average a 9:09, but she has been as quick as an 8:83. Willingham with the left turn signal goes 8:70, 9:06 for Felicia Smith. The first good pass she's made in 2 days. And Aaron Smith, her husband, loses his mind on the starting line and says, there we go. Now we've got it. Felicia and Aaron, that four-door Rocket team, back in business in the low 9-second range with that CTSV. Willingham with an 8:70. Here's Miles Davidson in the right lane with the Malibu. The left lane is David Blatt with the Camaro. And the 150-mile-an-hour range. 9:04 in the left lane and 10:19. It's not going to happen this time. As long as everything goes smoothly, we do like the top 3 of each class so you can run it out. We've done that in the past. But we'll see. Attention to the pits. 12-0. 12-0, come on up. 2, 3, 4, and 5. 12-0. 2, 3, 4, and 5, please. Oh, Scott Whitty caught some fish with Blaine.
Yeah. I caught a bass, caught a largemouth bass out there. Blaine was down there for good luck, and pretty happy with myself.
Attaboy, Mr. Whitty.
Thanks for the shout out for the pole.
Absolutely. Vince Rui got him a pole, and he caught himself a largemouth bass. Good on you, pal. What'd you use for bait?
It was just like a little lipless, swim bait, crankbait thingy, and 2 treble hooks.
Nice, dude. Nice. Good on you. Brett Marvel. 11:54 in the left lane. Brett Marvel does 13:71. Congratulations to Scott Whitty catching himself some fish out here on Race Week. Never seen a bug sprayer before in my life. This is 100% new to me. This is wild.
I'm good, buddy.
Yes, sir. Mr. Whitty, part of the 1320 video crew. We love having them out here. You'll see them running around with those red shirts. I love Whitty, man. That guy's always in a good mood. Chad Cates in the right lane, the CTSV, the coupe, the sedan. 3rd place in the 11-0 category. His average 11:05. Left lane, David Taryn Chavez. His average 13:50, but he has been as quick as 10:25. Once again, 12-0, 2, 3, 4, and 5, please. Taryn Chavez has some issues. 11:15 in the right lane. Taryn Chavez goes 15:18. So 11:15 is no help for Chad Cates with that 11:05 average. He needs to be 11:01 or 0 to put some pressure on Tony Hansen and Michael Hollis. Dustin Cottle The Isuzu Faster. Third place in Pro Street, his average 9:14. He has run as quick as 9:08. He's trying to chase Steve Farber and Daryl Yost. He needs to be 9:0 and probably even a little better than that. Got to get it in the 8s. At the stripe, 9:18. I do have a racer in need. Oh, Matt. Keith Matt. I've been calling him Mott for like years. He just sent me a message. He's like, hey, my name is Matt. But Keith Matt needs help with a Turbo 400. If you or someone you know is really good with Turbo 400s, if you can go out by the ticket booth and give Keith Matt a hand. He's stuck out there. Sorry for calling you the wrong name for 3 years. Again. Pal, my bad. So Keith Matt needs some help with the Turbo 400. He's out by the ticket booth if you can run up there and give him a hand. Daryl Yost, the twin turbo 69 Chevelle. I've been calling it a Pro Charger all week long. Went and saw it today and it's got twin turbos now. Alex Scanlon in the right lane, the third gen, out of Norex Engineering. .79 in the left lane, and a 1086 in the right. Jason King in the right lane. The Willys truck in the gasser class. LS3 for power. Left lane, Casey Everly. .49. Chevrolet 1365. Joe Greer. The Gasser C10 truck with the orange tinted windows. Getting ready to make his pass in the right lane. Again, 12-0, come on down, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 12-0, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Joey Greer, leader in the category. His average 11:21. He's been as quick as 10:60. Had a rough first day with a 12:35, but got the truck back in the 10s and leads the class at the moment. King's 11:49, his best pass. He was 11:18 at 124. The right lane, it's Travis Boltman, your leader in the 12-0 category. The left lane is Daryl Goheen with the Tesla. Goheen, 12:08 the average with the Tesla. And again, Boltman, in the lead. His average 12.00 with a 9. He went 12.00 with a 2, 12.01, and 12.01. Looking for 12 flats. Scoreboards light up with 11.98 is too quick. He does it. 12.00 with a 1, and that'll lock it up for sure. I think he went 12.00 with a 3 or something. Goes 12.00 with a 1 on this pass. Good God. That OBS truck is dialed in. Odin Hefta in the stick shift category uses his fast pass, his average 13.36. He's been as quick as 12.79. Scratching the tires in third gear? Let's go. He goes 13.18. That'll bring up the skyline. Right-hand drive stick shift ride. The GTR they call it the Godzilla. He's in the 12.0 category, but he's been pretty much just looking for personal bests. He's pretty much out of competition in the 12.0 category with a 12.70 average, so he's just looking to do PBs the rest of the time. Brian Price in the left lane, the Camaro, his average 12.21. Good launch for Brewer. Just right, where it's just sort of barely scratching the tire as he gets going at the stripe. 12.27 and 12.22, no good for either. The 4th Gen Firebird in the left lane. Is Dan Gosha. Nathan King in the right lane with the C6. Again, looking for 12 flats. That's the magic number. 11.99 is too quick. He can't turn that in. And again, Keith Matt is looking for some help with a Turbo 400. He's out by the time slip boot. At the stripe, 12.02 in the left lane for Dan Gosha. His closest pass to that magical 12.0 number all week. And here comes Steve McDermott Jr. with that Dakota. Skids the front tires. Finishing the burnout. Left lane is Josh McKenna, the 92 Mustang. Ragtop car. I won't sing you any more Vanilla Ice. Look at 12 flats. McDermott goes 12.28 and a 14.02 for Vanilla Ice. Chris DeLong's back in the left lane, the 4th Gen Camaro, with the Sonax livery on the door. Curtis Tanky in the right lane with a GTO. Long's average 12.09 with a 7. And she did that 11.999 with a 6 or a 4 a few passes ago. She did go a 12.02, I think, on the last pass. Tanky's average 12:14. He has turned in a 12:05. Did that a couple of nights ago at the Motorplex. And keep in the back of your mind while you watch all these cars go, there's 750 street miles that we've got on these cars since Sunday. We had one day with 440 miles. Mr. Ron, Brian's trying to get a hold of you, sir.
Come back.
Look at those 12 O's. There it is on the button, 12-0-0 with a 4 in the right lane. Curtis Tanky puts it on the number, 12-07 for Crystal Long. And here's our first look at Heather Rui. Vince and Heather, husband-wife team, driving this Nova. Heather drives it in 12-0. Vince drives it in 9-0. Gary Bro in the left lane, 1260. The average. Attention to the pits, 13-0. 13-0, come on down 4 and 5. 13-0, come on down 4 and 5, please. 1268 and 1278. No help for either. Here's Mike Barnhill. Sits 5th place in the 12-0 category. His average 12:06. Need to be 12 flat to start moving himself maybe into a position where he can get himself on the podium. Right lane is Chad Wilson. .06 and 12:55. So 12:06 for Barnhill, not quite enough. He needs to be 00 or 01. Here's John Long Sr., the first-gen Firebird. Waiting his chance to go in the left lane. He'll be going against the C7. Bradley McGraw. Again, 13-0. 13-0, come on down 4 and 5. 13-0, come on down 4 and 5, please.
Go ahead, give me 13 and 14.
14-0. 14-0, come on down 2, 3, 4, and 5. 14-0, come on down 2, 3, 4, and 5. Again, 13-0, 4 and 5. 14-0, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for your next pass here at the Twin City Raceway. Next pair, I think our first look of Chuck Jensen in the right lane. Jensen in the unlimited category with that awesome C10 with the dual parachutes on the trailer mount. Left lane is Don Harmon with the Mustang. Crying out loud. 2:40 and 12:28. Again, 13:0, 4 and 5, 14:0, 2, 3, 4 and 5, please. Currently 8:30, we have an hour and a half of playtime left. I think that's going to be enough time for us to get one full round in, and that might be it. So your next pass is probably your last pass. Except for the folks that are in the staging lanes right now, you'll have this one plus one. Probably. As long as everything goes well. Right lane is Michael Duranda. Left lane, the F-150. 1196 is too quick, and a 1246 is no help. Here's James Desrat, the El Camino, in the left lane, completing his burnout. His average 12:04, third place in the category. He needs to be 00 or probably maybe, I think 00 is where he needs to be. Eli with a 12:02, he's got a couple of numbers on him. So he needs to be on the number. Here is Eli in the right lane, so this is second and third place. Boltman's pretty much already locked up first place. So this is the race for second place. Second place in the right lane, 12:02. Desrat in the left lane, 12:04. .1175 is way too quick. 12:02 though, in the left lane for Desrat. Still not going to be enough to put any pressure on Eli. That may give him a little bit of breathing room between him and John Long Sr. though. Here's Rich Thorpe in the right lane. Thorpe in the 12:0 category. Outside working in the driver's side. Lindy Coon in the left lane. 12:00. And that's probably still not going to be enough to get him on the podium. 03 is no good. 06 is no good. Is that the birthday boy? It is Larry Dawkins, the machinist and welder paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne, and it's his 30th birthday. Chris Jones' birthday as well? Chris Jones, I'm not sure who you are, but happy birthday, I love you. Whatever you would like. Absolutely. Michael Friesen in the left lane goes 13:32, 12:29 in the right lane for the birthday boy. The G8 is Clayton Myrtle. This ride controlled by hand controls. Handicap racers going against Daryl Goheen with a Tesla. G8 goes 1094, being controlled by the right and left hand. And a 12:05 in the left lane for Daryl Goheen with his Tesla. The Honda K24 swapped Honda engine with a T56 transmission in the OBS truck. Devin Nuanis out of Nursing Garage. Left lane is Doug Perry with his OBS truck, so a little OBS on OBS crime. But the one in the right lane, Honda powered. with the stick shift. So you know it's good. Co-pilot Kyle down here, getting the footage for the YouTubes. There we go. Launches the thing like a boss. He'll smash the gears. Perry goes 1409, 1274 in the right lane. That's his best pass by an absolute ton. He's got him in the mid 13-second range all week. Goes 1274 with that Hondorado. S10 in the right lane is Kevin Williams. In the 13-0 category, looking for 13 flat. Left lane is Ernie Riley. Second place in the 13-0 category. His average 13.08. He's chasing Eric Carroll with a 13.06. So he needs to be like 02 or better. $13.18 and a $12.97 is too quick for Mr. Riley. So he'll come back around and try to make that last hit on the number. Here's Danny Fatka in the right lane, the Silverado you can drink. Left lane is Jacob Cryer with that 2017 Chevrolet SS. Watching a little bit of drag and drive. The voice of all the sick events. 1298 is too quick. And he's out there drinking. Here's Levi Holt. Levi with that 14.0 F-150. He's lined up next to Martin Ranker. Ranker third place in the 13.0 category. His average again, 13.09. He's chasing Ernie Riley with a 13.08 and Eric Carroll with a 13.06. Same story. He needs to be like 0102 to start moving up the ladder. There's a big gap between Ranker and Williams. So the podium is pretty well set. It's just what order will they end up in? Ranker and Holt in this pair, and Eric Carroll, your leader in the class, in the next pair. Ranker looking for that number. 01 or 02. Too quick, 1298. And Eric Carroll sees the door open. Can he put a zipper on this class? If he goes 02-ish with the thundercloud in the right lane, he may put a quick little zipper on this class. The Lexus GSF. Left lane is John Gilman in the naturally aspirated small block Nova. His average 1137. Again, if he can put like a 020100 on the board, he may zip it up. 1293, way too quick. And 1128 in the left lane for John Gilman. Jason King in the Gasser Willys pickup. Yes. Jason the Willies, you see his wife Liz down here doing the video duty. 1187 is average, goes 1196. Here's Wade Sunderland. In the water in the right lane, the stick shift CTSV. Left lane is Blake Williams, 1420 the average in the left lane. Wade Sunderland in the right lane, 4th place in the category, 1412. If he put it on the 00 number, maybe 01, he might get himself moving up into the podium with that stick shift CTSV. 1394 is too quick. 1352 in the left lane is way too quick. Here's number 2 in the class in the left lane. The Jeep Grand Cherokee is average 1405. I don't even know if an 00 is going to do it to put pressure on Watson. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Junior Street. Let's have you come down to lane number 5. Junior Street, come on down to lane number 5, please. If you would like to use your fast pass, come on down to lane number 1. Again, Junior Street, come on down to lane number 5. Fast passes, let's get you into lane number 1, please. Also, if you have not had a pass tonight, come on down to lane number 1 as well. So 1420 and a 1423, no help for either driver. And here's your leader. In the 14-0 category, that's Anthony Watson. Again, Junior Street, let's get you to lane 5. If you're using fast passes, coming up to lane 1. So your leader, Watson, 1401 is average. He put up a pair of 1400s, a 14005 and a 14007, day 1 and 2. That 4th gen Camaro. Left lane is Jordan White, 1420 the average with the cop car Challenger. There's Fred. Happy birthday, Fred. 1418 in the left lane, 1422 in the right lane. Dale Farley in the left lane. With that Focus stick shift ride. Right lane, the step side square body is Taylor Dean. The stripe 1303 in the right lane and 1401 in the left lane for Farley. That's about as good as he can do, and unfortunately that's only going to be enough to get him into like maybe 4th or 5th place, depending on what ends up happening here. Here's Bill Armstrong, the stick shift fair lane. His average 938. This car has been in the 870 range. Twin turbo, small block forward. The right lane is Brian Weinhold out of Weinhold Racing Heads, the international pickup truck. There we go. Bill's car looks good. For a couple of gears, banging the gears at the stripe. Way off, 930, 158. That is his best pass of the day, but way off his normal. 930 at 158. That car should be in the 165-ish mile an hour range. Here's Eric, back with the Thundercloud. Again, looking to close the door on that 13-0 category with his fast pass. In the left lane with that Lexus GSF. I've been calling it a Corolla. And he gave me thumbs down. That ain't no Corolla. Julia Smith in the right lane out of the naturally aspirated big block category. Her average 12:59 with that B-body Coronet. I love me a B-body Mopar, man. Appreciate the Smiths bringing it out. But Carroll looking for that 13:03 or better probably to put it out of reach for Ernie Riley and Martin Ranker. Scoreboard lights up. 12:07 and a 12:99 with a 7. Heartbreaker. But 12:07 in the right lane, is that her best pass? By a lot. She went 12:14, so an 07, 7 numbers better for Julia Smith with that big block Coronet. Here's that Pink Panther. The license plate tickled pink. That's Pat Beach behind the controls. 16:19, the average in the right lane. Mark Peel in the left lane, the 1960 Dodge, so a little Mopar and Mopar action. The pickup truck with a 14:15 average, 14:10. Looking for a 14 flat in the left lane, 07. And that Pink Panther tickled pink Challenger goes 17:29. That's an E-body Mopar, if you care. Derek Davis in the Ram in the right lane. The left lane, that's C20. Levi Rupert. Both in the 14-0 category. At the stripe. 1460s no help and 1567. Caleb Sextro with a square body in the right lane. The Regal's Matt Potter. He's third place in the category. 14:10 needs to be on the number. 00. 13:95 is too quick. 15:46 in the right lane. Wade Sunderland's back. 9:15 in the left lane for Lydia. She's looking for that 9:21, 9:93 in the right lane for Isabella. She's looking for a 9:82. That'll bring up Connor Aspergren. Aspergren looking for a 10:15. After this run, we will clean up this racetrack, and then we'll bring you the baddest of the bad and the quickest of the quick that we have to offer to you. Again, Aspergren looking for a 10:15. They run for consistency here in Junior Street, not necessarily for the quickest ride. He goes 10:86. And that said, we are done with that round. We will get ready to do some track prep, and then we will bring up our next set of cars. They're going to tighten it up. Again, run that flat drag machine, and then they will spray this racetrack. Earl Schexnader and Eric Kuhn. They would like both of you guys to be the first down the racetrack on the brand new surface. So Schexnader and Kuhn, if you would like to get the fresh lick on the brand new prep, the track staff would like to have you guys come down first, mainly in the name of safety. So Schexnader, Kuhn, and actually let's do Brad Thiessen as well. If you are a 7-second ride, and I think we just got those 3, they would like you to have first lick out here on this racetrack. So if you guys can come down, cruise on down to lane number 2 for us. Again, those 7-second rides, Kuhn, Thiessen, and Schexnader. Come on up to lane 2. The track staff would like to run you first in the name of safety, just to make sure that you get the first lick on the brand new surface. So you guys can go ahead and come up right now to lane number 2. If you'd like to use a fast pass, lane 1 is open for fast passes. I see Eric Grillio out there, the birthday boy. He had his birthday yesterday. Larry Dawkins has his birthday today. Dawkins is 30. Grillio's 81. He's like, man, come on. Grillio's our Monroe Motorsports piston cat. He's also handing out the gas cards. He's doing one for road week and one for race week each day. All you got to do is make it to the next track, and he'll cruise over and hand you a gas card if you are lucky enough to earn those. And again, if you need pistons for your next ride, that's the dude you call. He would be happy to get you set up with pistons. I got Mahle pistons in all of my stuff, courtesy of Mr. Grillio. And again, if you would like to make fast passes, if you'd like to use your fast pass ticket, come on down to lane number 1. All our 7-second rides, come on down lane number 2, please. We're going to run you first. I see Blaine Stark down there. He's the CEO of Motion Raceworks. I don't work at Motion. Motion, our title sponsor out here at Race Week, Rocky Mountain Race Week. And Blaine was fortunate enough to be able to drive that El Toro car at 6 Summer and won himself an orange helmet doing it. 16-year-old kid ran a 486 in the 8th mile and won that Rowdy Radial class at 6 Summer. He'll be down banging gears in that 55. Down there in the fast pass lane. If you would like to make that fast pass, this is likely your last shot. So if you've got one in your pocket and you want to use it, lane number 1, please. No, Mike Mead, we don't take IOUs. And once again, 7-second rides. Thiessen, Kuhn, and I see Schexnader down there. Come on up to lane number 2. You'll be the first down the track on the brand new prep. Rowdy Radial, any takers? We only got the 2 of you. Come on up to lanes 4 and 5, please. Rowdy Radial, come on up 4 and 5, please. Only 1 left, okay. And that's probably Chris Patterson with the truck. So you can come on up 4 and 5, please. Again, our presenting sponsor, Sick the Mag. Both our title sponsor and presenting sponsor are giving away cars. All you got to do is buy stuff you're already going to be buying. And get yourself a 62 Chevy Nova altered wheelbase gasser from Sick the Mag. Every $5 you spend gets you an entry into that. They've got some multiple entry stuff. Go check out their website, sickthemagazine.com, for all the information on that. I do see Lydia Walden down there, about getting ready to use her fast pass. One of our wicked chicks, and one of our junior street racers. So therefore, she's automatically a young gun, because you know, it can't be older than 16 in that class. That's the future of our sport, ladies and gentlemen. And it's in good hands, if that's the kind of people that we are going to be handing it down to. Because they are awesome. Love having the Waldens here. Appreciate you guys a ton. Make sure you wave your arms when you get up to Ron and say, I'm Junior Street, so we can change the timers and stuff for you. He should know. He'll know. He's smart. But we all need reminders once in a while. And that'll give us a chance to switch the time clocks over for you as well. But again, fast pass cars, if you want to use that fast pass, you've got it in your pocket, come on down to 1. Every 7-second car, come on down to 2. Rowdy Radial, come on down to 4 and 5, please. The rest of our sponsors, 4-Ride Performance, the BANGshift Billy, Brian Tooley Racing, Certified Performance, Circle D Specialties, Crower, Disorganized Grime, FM Fab, Force Performance, High Speed Media, BANGshift.com, who ran the bus out of gas earlier, War Performance, Tuned by JP, Cypher Specialties, the Roadrunner Stop Boutique, Portable Car Hoist, Parts Legion, Norex Engineering, Moody's Performance, Nale Motorsport, who we were just talking about, Mr. Grillio, down there with that stick shift Nova. Juggernaut Welding and Fab, they're out in the pits keeping all these competitors rolling. And Jotech Motorsports. In the pits, Ultimate Radial. Ultimate Radial, come on down 2 and 3, please, for your final pass here at Twin City Raceway. Again, I should have Rowdy Radial coming down to 4 and 5. Ultimate Radial coming down to 2 and 3. My 7-second cars should be in 2 in the front there. Looks like I got the one taker. Our overall leader at the moment, Earl Schexnader. Hopefully I've been saying that right all week, or at least in the ballpark. Schexnader went 197.5 miles an hour at the Motorplex and went 7:18 day 1 at Pine Valley Raceway. And again, in the interest of safety, they want those bad, fast 7-second cars to go down first on the brand new prep. Schexnader stands at this moment to be $9,500 richer if he can drive back to Pine Valley Raceway, and then we'll heads-up race him against everybody else, and then the tides start turning a little bit. Then we ask you to, like, cut a light and be able to stage your stuff with one shot. And you know what happens any given Sunday, right? In this case, any given Friday. At Rocky Mountain Race Week, we had Jason King in a small tire, small block nitrous Mustang. Giant kill Bryant Goldstone, who was in the 680 range, and that car held away and turned on the wind light and took out Goldstone. Steven Friesen was looking for a short tail shaft Turbo 400. If you've got one of those sitting in your trailer, you could let the Rocky Mountain Race Week bus know, or if you know where the Friesens are pitted at, cruise over by their pits. Derek again still watching from Sick the Mag. He says, if you say that's cool, Ansel Rado, he drinks. So he's staying up late and he's doing shots. And I appreciate him. He's out in Florida. So he's got another hour on us. It's 10:10 out there. Again, we run till 10 o'clock. We have 9:10 right now. This is our last shot here at the racetrack at Twin City Raceway. So we'll run through one full round here, provided we have no issues on the racetrack. Give everyone that one last shot. Again, this is the last day for you to tighten up those averages. We freeze them here. You do need to make it back to to Pine Valley, and you need to at least break the beams to solidify that average wherever you fit in your class. Last call for concessions. If you would like one last thing, one of them daiquiris, a margarita, food, drink, any of that. Last call for concessions. They're getting ready to lock that thing up. And again, if you have a fast pass in your pocket and you'd like to use it, come on down to lane 1. Looks like I have no takers for Rowdy Radial, and I have no takers for Ultimate Radial, as far as I can tell. Let's get Unlimited. Unlimited, come on up 4 and 5. Unlimited, come on up 4 and 5, please. And again, just finishing this flat drag, they'll pull out that spray rig and they'll spray the glue. Little Shexnator. And then we will get through one more round and put a nice tidy bow on day number 5, race day number 4, here at Race Week. Tomorrow, 3 o'clock till 10, we'll be on that same BANGshift.com live stream. We heads up race our quickest 32 cars. I don't know, maybe high 9-second range for that bump spot, which means all of our 10-0 and slower cars likely will be bracket racing. If you don't feel like doing that, we'll have a lane for you just to do test and tune or time onlys. But you must make it back, and you must at least break the beams to solidify your spot in your class back there at Pine Valley Raceway. So we're not done yet. Got a whole day tomorrow of real-life racing. The only drag and drive that races at the end of it. Most of them are 5 days of test and tunes. We do 4 days of qualifying and 1 day of racing. That quickest 32, you're also going to be your quickest individual pass, not your average. Reason for that is if you have one bad day and you turn in a 20 and your average is junk, we don't want that to reflect upon your spot in that quickest 32. So it's your quickest turned in legal pass for your class. And I will post the results for that as soon as I have them done on the RMRWers page on Facebook. We'll also do a driver's meeting so that we can do chip draws for those. Those quickest 32 cars will be heads-up racing with chip draws. Again, in 3 classes, the FAF 8, our quickest 8 cars. 9 through 16, the BMF 8, and the quick 16. 17 through 32. And we'll chip draw all those rides. And then one gigantic bracket race at the end. Again, if you don't feel like bracket racing, we'll have a lane for you to do time onlys if you'd like to do that. And we'll also have a place for you guys to do a break the beams action, where you show up, you can just drive past Matt, he'll shake your hand, he'll write down your number, and if you're so inclined, you can leave right then, but you should stay, because the award ceremony gets wild. We have a good time. We hand out a bunch of stuff, a ton of money, and it's a good place for us to unwind after a week of getting the dog crap kicked out of each other. Tommy Stark's back on the starting line. Blaine took a great picture of him napping. The GPS died in that 55. By how the tables have turned. The crew chief's the driver, and the driver's the crew chief now. I don't think you'd have it any other way. There's something cool about watching the people you love do this stuff. It's a whole different thing. Like, doing it yourself is one thing, but watching the people that you give a crap about do it, whole different thing. Fills your heart with goodness. I can tell you that for sure. Like, I love doing it, but I love watching my lady do it. And I know you love watching your kids do it. Shoot Mac at 6 Summer, killed the blower in her car. They thrashed on that thing, trying to figure out what was wrong with it. They thought they blew the motor up, but the blower was locked up so the motor wouldn't turn. Took the belt off, fired the thing up, and she competed in the stick shift, or not in the stick shift, she was in some category, but competed with that stick shift Fox, with Alita as her co-pilot, her mom. And Blaine and Tom ran that El Toro Mustang, and as Blaine was getting ready to put that helmet on, I pulled Tom aside and I said, dude, about 10 years ago you were wiping his ass. And here he is going 486 and wearing himself an orange helmet. And there's only maybe, I don't know, 30 of those in the whole country. And your 16-year-old kid got one. That's Pretty freaking badass. So again, just putting the last little bit of touch up here on the racetrack. And we are going to send our quickest overall ride down first. Again, unlimited. You can make your way down to 4 and 5 if you'd like to make one last pass here at Twin City Raceway. If you have been paying attention to the road heading out of the racetrack here, you've seen a lot of cars with trailers on them leaving already. A lot of the times, this is where the tiredness starts setting in. And getting a couple extra hours of sleep is worth more than making a pass, so we will have less. Again, tiredness sets in right now, and again, the extra couple hours of sleep is worth more than the extra pass for some of these folks. They are going to real quick do a scrape with the automatic scraper. So again, we are putting the bow on today, and the track staff here is putting everything they got in this racetrack for this final lick out here. They know how important it is for everybody out here to get this absolutely best pass that they can. So they are going to do it to it. Currently 9:21. Again, we're going to run through this full last session. I did call unlimited up to 4 and 5. And if you would like to use a fast pass that's sitting in your pocket, come on up to 1. Also, Matt Brown wants to give a shout out to Michael Duranda, the Sexy Bear. Let's see. Yeah, and Keith Matt's Camaro is who's looking for that short tail housing turbo 400 to get him back to Pine Valley Raceway. So if you've got a short tail housing turbo 400, we have a racer that could use it. Cruise by the Rocky Mountain Race Week struggle bus. Also, if you're out here checking out racing, again, thank you so much for coming out to watch Race Week. Day number 5, race day number 4. We are going to be a couple more minutes, so if you have a chance, go over by the Race Week bus. You can buy all the official Race Week merchandise over there. You can buy the shirt that all the racers get. That's available down there. They've got hoodies, they got tank tops, koozies, keychains, all sorts of stuff. So the machine that you see here is a scraper. Typically this is a job that's for 3 people. One person to hold that big propane tank, another person to run the fire apparatus, another person to scrape. The zero-turn mower is a machine that's just been out for the last 5 years or so, with the scraper and the flamethrower on the front of it. What they're doing here is they're scraping all the old, kind of nasty rubber off the starting line. This is going to give the most stick on that starting line, and they're doing all that first 60 foot. You see where that big flaming pile is in the left lane? That's at the 60 foot mark. So they'll do from the starting line to the 60 foot. So the invention and the bring out of this machine has turned this into a one-man job instead of a 3-man job. Typically, scraping the first 60 foot by hand would take somewhere in the neighborhood of 45 minutes to an hour. He'll be done in 10 minutes. All right, since we have no unlimited cars, let's go ahead and get Hot Rod out. Hot Rod, come on up 2 and 3. Hot Rod, come up 2 and 3, and then motorcycles. Motorcycles, let's get you to 5. Motorcycles to 5, please. If you'd like to make your final pass here at Twin City. So I guess that's not totally true. We have Earl. So again, Earl is down there. He's part of our unlimited category, but he's like in his special lane. We have him doing his own thing. But Hot Rod come on down 2 and 3, and then motorcycles again, come on down to 5. We've got one full of our Fast Pass cars. And again, that's our get out of jail free card. You have a bad pass, and you get one of those per week. If you would like to throw that up, and we'll throw you in anywhere in the order, come on up with that Fast Pass ticket. But this will be your last shot on day 4, and this is the day that you need for your average. They get frozen here tonight, and then tomorrow you got to break the beams, and that'll lock it up wherever you'll end up in your class. 750 street miles on everything you're seeing today. We got about 150 left. We'll be right at 1,000, it looks like. Maybe a hair longer than that. I haven't actually seen the map. Stevie brought it up, but I didn't take a look at it. Oh, it's in here? Oh, shoot, we're 255 miles, so we're going to be about 1,150 miles total. $150 miles in a week is a lot of driving, and that's even if you're just in your regular, everyday, daily driver. Think about doing it in a low 7-second car, like Schexnayder. And on top of that, you drag race the junk every day, except for our drive day, but our drive day was 450 street miles. So you get a pass on that day. But 450 miles in one day is a ton for anybody, let alone any of these rides. I mean, shoot, a 10-0 ride on the street is a quick ride. Don't let it fool you. I mean, even a 1150 car, that's kind of what my car runs. That's a bad street car. At any given time, any given week that's not a race week, an 1150 car is the fastest thing on the street by a lot. But then you come to this week and it's like you're mid-pack with an 1150 car. It's a tough thing being an 1150 car with all 8-second friends. So again, just give us a few more minutes. As soon as I get a thumbs up from the track staff, I will let Mr. Connor know so we can start getting drivers in their cars. Here we go, another piece of equipment, the rotator. This is a lot like that flat drag machine. Ron's going to go back to his car. What in the heck? So the rotator is a tractor. It's got the brush on the front that you see as it will cruise by. It's also got tires on the back. These turn opposite direction of the direction of travel of the tractor. And these are aired up tires connected to an axle. And you'll hear it. What that's doing is putting a nice thin layer of rubber on the racetrack. That flat drag machine sort of smooths out what's there. This adds rubber. So when they scraped it, they scraped all the rubber off. This rotator is adding nice, fresh, even rubber back to that racetrack. And then flat dragging right behind it to smooth out that brand new rubber. After you scrape, the racetrack is very rough. It's got like a lot of little like rubber beads all over it. So the flat drag will kind of push those beads into the low sections and then add a little bit of rubber back on the high sections. That rotator just lays down a nice thin layer of brand new fresh rubber. This machine invented by Larry Crisp at Vandermeer Speedway. And Kurt Johnson from TVC came out and came up with another iteration of this. The first one used a rear axle, like a drag racing rear axle on the back. That chain drove these tires. The TVC version uses a different style of gearbox on the top there. But that very first one used a modular Mark Williams 9-inch rear end. Mark Williams based in Colorado, and obviously Vandermeer based in Colorado. Eric Carroll says both bikes are gone. Okay. Thanks, Eric. Eric driving that Camry, the Thundercloud. He just sent me an eggplant. What does that mean? I don't really want eggplant parmesan, sir. Appreciate the offer, though. I did get one of these margaritas. I'm going to need help drinking this thing. Holy moly. 32 ounces of, like, I mean, it's violent. It's real good, but it's violent. Matt says it's going to mess you up. Come up here and help me drink it. Holy moly. I'm going to have, like, no, it's ridiculous. I'm going to have, like, 3 sips. If you know me outside of showing a microphone in my mouth, I don't have the best mouth. I have a couple of margaritas. I might be dropping S-bombs and F-bombs all day long. We'll get canceled on BANGshift.com. YouTube's going to be like, no, man. No way. And then Chad's going to be all, hey, you guys, we got demonetized. See, if Matt Frost keeps laughing about it, then I'm going to keep doing it. Chad's in there going, shut up. We're getting the sprayer out so you can go ahead and start getting those drivers in their cars. The sprayer is out. The arms are down, and they're getting ready to start spraying. So drivers, you can go ahead and get in your cars and start getting in those belts. We should have Hot Rod making their way down to 2 and 3, please. The motorcycles are all gone. And again, racers, this is your last shot to go down the track at Twin City Raceway. Currently 9:40. We'll go a little past our 10 o'clock time hack probably. We'll probably be finishing around 10:30 would be my guess, somewhere in that neck of the woods. And thanks to all the, look at all you spectators. Out on a school night, yes. You guys are the real winners. Because it's going to get wicked bad fast here. Everyone else that left, they're the suckers. You are the real ones. Because we're about to put on a show for you. And again, that spray rig sprays down that sticky, icky, icky. It's literally just glue. They're laying down in a really thin layer. And if it goes by and it kind of blows in your direction, you can smell it. It smells real sweet. And if you get a chance when we get done here, cruise around and walk on this racetrack before you go home. It's ridiculously sticky. In fact, if you're wearing shoes without laces, like Hey Dudes or something like that, you'll walk right out of them. Getting that last spray put down. So go ahead and get in your cars, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it to it. All right, Ron, then hold up. Shout out to the track staff here at Twin City Raceway. You guys have been working real hard for us all afternoon, giving us a great racetrack in the heat. We appreciate the hospitality. Our first time here and hopefully not our last. Of course, Mega Week next year, we're not going to be coming down this way, but 2026, we could party. We're talking about doing a little mini race week for this time of year next year as well. This could be an option.
Might come back here in 2025 and everybody's telling me better be coming in October,
November might be, yeah, that might be the plan. Come down here October, November, do a little Cajun race week. Ooh, Halloween and you got to dress up? You can't go down the track unless you got a Halloween costume? Matt'll be an angry leprechaun for Halloween. He's like, I'm number one. That's right. He sent me an eggplant. June's going to go as a character from that Cleveland show. She works at the grocery store. So stay tuned for that. We're talking about doing like a little mini 3-day deal. And this could be a good spot for it. These guys are awesome and they lay it down. That could also be one that Matt can bring the Hulk down for, maybe. If you guys don't know, Matt Frost ride the Hulk. 6-second drag and drive all steel car. It's got a aluminum hood on it and I believe a carbon fiber trunk lid. Yep. The rest of it's steel. Doors and corners and roof and fenders. It's got the 481X out of Madcap engines. Bob left Madcap and went to work for Killing Time Racing. He builds motors now for Stevie Fast. So you know it's good. And again, that's kind of that's the cool part with this race and with the SICK race is that the promoters for those races have cars that can run at the top of these. So these dudes know what's up. They're not like posers just running around doing it. These guys put their money where their mouth is. They have cars that can compete very at the top of all these events. And Matt's car is like an absolute 100% show car that also goes a couple 100 miles an hour, no problem. One of the issues with running this race is that if you work at it, it's hard for you to race in it. It's literally impossible. No way. So Chad and Matt and I have had to kind of put our cars in mothballs. You know, Matt's been doing some with his stuff. My car's an Uber. I went and picked up Doug Cook and Mr. Sam from the airport in my Malibu. Doug was like, this is a hell of a nice Uber. As I was banging faceplates in my Malibu, taking him over to his hotel, or to his car, I guess, that he had shipped into town. Chad's got a bunch of cars, and he was on the very first drag week with his car called Rusty, the 56 wagon. His wife Daphne has been on a bunch of race weeks. think we're just waiting on the glue to dry and a little bit of heat to come out of this racetrack, and then we're going to send you all this violence. Our first car down is going to be Earl Schexnayder. The 2000 Mustang, the new Edge car. Our overall leader at the moment. At Pine Valley, he went 7:18, 186. At Texas Motorplex, he went 7:26, 197. And last night at State Capitol, he went 7:96 at 170 off the gas. His average right now is 7:47. But that 7:18 and that 197 is absolute violence with that new Edge car. And again, while you watch it make its pass, keep in mind it's got 750 street miles on it right now, and will be about 1,150 by the time we're done, and that assumes that no one got lost. I always get lost. I'm bad at this. I've been doing this since 2014, and I still suck at it. I'm always like, well, there goes our, okay. And that's best case scenario. Worst case scenario, we don't find out until 40 miles later, and we got to go all the way back. If you leave the route, you got to re-enter the route the same place that you left the route. So you got to go back that 40 miles, get back on the route, so you add 80 miles to maybe an already, 450 mile drive. Again, just throwing a dryer on this racetrack. I do have to say, though, first time ever I've seen a racetrack spray for mosquitoes in the middle of the race. That was awesome. Got a racer in need of an engine hoist. If you've got an engine hoist, if you could run over to the Rocky Mountain Race Week bus and let June know that you have an engine hoist, and we can get it to the racer that needs it. Let's see, Red Hat Scotty needs a Buc-ee's sandwich. If you've got a Buc-ee's sandwich, he'll take that. So yeah, that's so far all my racers in need. I need a engine hoist and a Buc-ee's sandwich. And a short tail shaft turbo 400. One of the things we're not used to down here in the south is the humidity. That's what's going on out here, I'm sure. They're just drying up all that glue, so it's as sticky as it can be. Oh, the track staff's stepping out of his shoes. Okay. Yeah, I think we're there. Ron, walk out there. Tell me what you think. Here comes Early. He's going to pull it in the water. Whatever lane you want, sir. And here we go, we're getting ready to make it happen. Earl Schexnayder. The New Edge Mustang. Scott Whitty's running. He was over catching bass. Schexnayder looking to put the thing in the low 7-second range. Again, racers, come on, get in those cars, get those belts tightened, let's make it happen. Hot rod, 2 and 3, please. 9-0, 9-0, come on up 4 and 5, 9-0, come on up 4 and 5, please. 9-0, 4 and 5. Here goes Earl Schexnayder. Again, he's been 718. His average right now 747. Looking to rotate the earth with that New Edge Mustang. Off the gas and goes 8:13 after going down the middle of the racetrack. Had that thing way crossed up. Woo! Wild. And we're getting back to it. Again, 9-0, 9-0, come on up. For your last shot at the racetrack here, 4 and 5, please. 9-0, 4 and 5, please. Here comes Eric Grillo, the stick shift naturally aspirated Nova out of Monroe Motorsport. We're going to go check out this racetrack real quick and make sure all the timing marks are out there and whatnot after Schexnayder got the thing way in the center of the racetrack. And again, racers, we do need your tail lights on for the rest of the evening. Fast passes, you were in lane 1. 9-0, 9-0, you should be making your way down to 4 and 5, please. 9-0, come on down, 4 and 5, please. And it looks like he did get that 1/8 mile an hour cone. Again, that's just a big piece of foam. And the ET. So those are just big pieces of styrofoam. And they've got reflectors in them. And that's what reflects that infrared beam back to the sensor that sends it out. And that's what does all the timing. So he did tag those. We're going to get that all cleaned up and we'll be back to business before you know it. They do create a bit of a mess when they come apart. The styrofoam kind of blows all over the place and the reflectors tend to explode. So we're going to blow that off the racetrack. And again, we'll be back to business as soon as humanly possible. Eric Grillo, that stick shift car. Your last pass, Eric, was that a personal best for you? No? Okay. It was quick, though. That stick shift Nova, that's one I've not tried to buy yet. I pretty much just try to buy 55s, but I might try to buy that. It's a nice car. It's got the G101A transmission. Gen 1 small block for power. Once again, 9-0 coming up 4 and 5. I'll tell you what, I'll buy you your power pack pistons of choice, and I'll give you 3,500 bucks. He's out. He's not into that. Fine.
What do you got back there? All right. I'll set him up. 11.
I'm not sure exactly. Matt was just saying, didn't Earl have to have like a 750 to clinch that overall? And he went 813 at 127, knocking the cones all apart. I'm not 100% sure about that. That'll make it really interesting, because Eric Kuhn, his average right now is 746. And coming into tonight, and that does not include the slip that he turned in, Earl's average was 747. So he's actually behind. So I think Eric Kuhn, let me look at the current, I don't have, I'll look it up on my phone. Let me look up the, because whatever Eric Kuhn turned in is going to be the difference. Let's see here. June. Spreadsheet. Check. Dude, Eric Kuhn turned in a 759 today, so his average is 749 at the moment. And he's already turned in his slip. Earl does have a fast pass left, yes. Oh, I don't know. I think he does. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. But his average right now, coming into tonight, was 747. So he is quicker. Gosh, if he turns in the 813, he's not. So Earl does need to turn in like a 750. So right now, your overall leader is Eric Kuhn in that 55 Chevrolet, and he's already turned in his slip. Yeah, if Earl's got a fast pass and can get that car turned back around and into that number 1 lane and can put the thing in the 750 zone, he does not. Oh no. So Earl, unfortunately unable to put the car down the lane, is going to end up finishing second. Eric Kuhn, as long as he can make the drive, is going to be your overall winner in that 55 Chevrolet. Holy moly. Drama here on day number 4 of race week. So now it's Kuhn's to lose. So Schexnayder, unfortunately, without a fast pass, is currently in second overall, behind Eric Kuhn. He's back in the lanes. If he wants to make another pass, he can do it, but it won't count. You only get 1 pass per call. We've had to be the bad guy about that a couple of times. So it's Eric Kuhn's to lose at the moment. He needs to make that drive and at least break the beams to seal up that win. Unfortunately, Earl Schexnayder only able to manage an 813 at 127 after he took out the 8th mile an hour and ET cones. Yep. Yeah, Eric Kuhn will win his class. Attention to the pits. 9-0. 9-0, come on up 4 and 5. 10-0, come on up 2 and 3. 9-0, 4 and 5. 10-0, come on up 2 and 3 for your final pass. So yeah, Eric Kuhn stands to win his class and overall $8,500 if he can make it back and break the beams. Earl Sexnader still in the lead in Unlimited, so he has a chance to still take home $2,000, but that $7,500 just slipped through his hands as he went through the 8th mile, mile an hour, and ET cones, and only managed an 8:13 at the quarter mile. Drama! I love it. So Earl's payday goes from $9,500 to $2,000 in the blink of an eye. That's all based on Eric Kuhn. Eric Kuhn's got to get himself back to that first racetrack and break the beams. However, that's why we do that shootout, because that FAF 8 is going to include both Eric Kuhn and Errol Sexnader. There's $7,500 on the line in that class as well, and those two cars will certainly be in that FAF 8 class, which also pays $7,500. So Sexnader has a chance again to get back, break the beams, earn his $2,000 from Limited, and if he can win in that heads-up shootout, put another $7,500 in his pocket for a $9,500 payday, possibly. But again, it's Eric Kuhn's to lose at the moment for the quickest overall. The $7,500 plus $1,000 to win the Outlaw Street category. I'm sorry, not Outlaw Street. The Ultimate Radial category, which pays $1,000. I dig it. This is fun. This is why we do this. So again, just popping up the new 8th mile, mile an hour, and ET styrofoam cones out there. Again, 10-0, 10-0, come on down 2 and 3, and 11-0, 11-0, come on down 4 and 5, please. 10-0, 2 and 3, I see Mike Mead down there. It's Walter Doyle's son. Big S550 guy down there. He's in the 10-0 class. And again, 11-0, 11-0, come on down 4 and 5, please. 10-0, you should be in 2 and 3. 11-0, come on down 4 and 5 for your last lick here at Twin City Raceway. The House of Hook. This margarita is dangerous. Holy moly. I've had like 10 sips of it, and I'm already feeling it. It's a 32-ounce margarita. I've got 30 ounces left. Giddy up. Wow. I cannot believe Eric Kuhn goes out 127 miles an hour with an 8:13 after a 124.60 foot. We're back to business. 2 stick shift cars about to do battle. Eric Grillo in the right lane, Blaine Stark in the left lane. Blaine Stark in the stick shift category using his fast pass. Right lane, Eric Grillo in the National Aspirated Small Block category using his fast pass. Grillo's average 11:43. He's been as quick as 11:16 this week. Blaine Stark, again, 7 cylinders of nitrous and 1 cylinder naturally aspirated. The LS-powered 55 wagon, nitrous LS car. The naturally aspirated ride in the right lane, naturally aspirated Gen 1 small block Chevrolet. A G101 transmission in the right lane, and a TKX transmission in the left lane. Blaine Stark, the 16-year-old, behind the controls of the 55 Chevrolet. Eric Grillo, the 82-year-old, behind the controls of the Nova in the right lane. He's not actually 82. His birthday was yesterday. Blaine's dad, Tom, will turn on the nitrous bottle in the passenger seat, and you'll see him start purging the bottle. Again, it's got 7 cylinders of nitrous. 1 cylinder is blocked off because they hurt a piston, day number 1. Again, 10-0, you guys should be down in 2 and 3, 11-0 and 4 and 5, please. 10-0 and 2 and 3, 11-0 and 4 and 5, please. Your last pass here. By over a 10th. Big old pair of C10s. Yusuf Hayek in the left lane. Abilene average in the right lane, 1078. Hayek's average is 1235 in the left lane. Two in the right lane. Something that's going to be fun tomorrow. Jason Hurley, the pilot of the Meltdown Firebird Part, and the first one too. He still got that original one, but that's too nice of a car for a transmission at Ennis. And it's shattered. You see the pictures of it. It's wild. He and I are going to grudge race. Not really next to each other, but we're going to go for the fastest time slip. But we're going to do it on Pat Cook's Grom. Pat Cook's got the Grom back at Pine Valley Raceway. So he and I are going to race for the quickest time. We're also going to be in the same time bracket racing against Pat Cook on his Hayabusa. That thing runs in the 22-second range at 60 miles an hour. So Hurley and I, who weigh about the same, he's 108, so I can keep my head out of the wind. We're going to see, he needs a skin suit. I'm not going to wear pants. So that's going to be fun. Jason Hurley, he's the guy that also does that Patriots of Race Week award that will be given out. He kind of spearheaded that deal. All the veterans that are out here on Race Week are eligible to win that. I told him I didn't want to win it, but I won it last year. But that's a super cool deal that he puts together for all the veterans that are out here that, again, sign their check or signed a check with a up to my life on that check, and he wants to show his appreciation by throwing a little bit of extra at some of these veterans. And Chris Story won it at Rocky Mountain Race Week, along with Michael with Juggernaut. So are they choosing winners this year, or for Rocky Mountain, or for Race Week? They are choosing for Race Week, yes. So that's for drivers and co-pilots, I believe.
Junior Street, forward from left lane, Junior Street, 5 10
So again, Jason Hurley and I are going to be doing a little walled in. Jeez. This margarita, I'm telling you, it's good. Woo! They lay it down here. Lydia Walden, your leader in Junior Street, looking for a 9:21. You folks weren't kidding when you said these margaritas were good. Holy free holies. If this is your first time at Twin City Raceway, they're closed now. Make your way back here and get yourself a margarita. Do yourself a favor. It's solid. I had a cheeseburger earlier with the fries. That was the Frito. Was it Frito pie? Yeah. How was that? 9:24. Looking for that 9:21 and going back to quarter mile.
Back to quarter mile for the duration, gentlemen.
Right lane is Jason Dunham, the Fox Mustang. Left lane is Matt Potter, the Buick Regal, third place in the 14-0 category. He's 14:10. He needs to be 0-0 to put any pressure on the Jeep Grand Cherokee. Left lane, the stick shift Fox Mustang in the right lane. Mustang's 1091 for Dunham.
Go ahead.
Attention to the pits. NA small block, come on down 2 and 3. NA big block, come on down 4 and 5 for your last pack. Again, NA small block 2 and 3. NA big block 4 and 5. The birthday boy, Larry Dockett, in the right lane. The CTSV wagon. He's 30 today. And talk about Patriots Race Week. Here's an active duty Army man. He's a paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne. He's a welder and machinist that jumps out of airplanes for fun. Levi Rupert, 20. 12:43 for Dockett. Bradley McGraw on the right lane with the C7 Corvette. The left lane, the cop car livery charger is Jordan White. White's average right now 14:20. Outside looking in. Again, NA small block, come on down 2 and 3. NA big block 4 and 5. For your last pass here at Twin City Raceway. Again, tomorrow we're in Monroe, Louisiana to finish this out. I'm sorry, Lufkin, Texas. Wow, we're in Monroe tonight. Lufkin, Texas to finish this thing out. 1386 in the left lane, 1216 in the right lane. Devin Nuanis is back out of Nursing Garage. The Honda Rock, Cameron Andreen. Wicked Chick and Young Gun with the S10. In the 13-0 category, but he's pretty much just been trying to go as quick as he can with that ride. To the pit, stick shift. Stick shift. This is your. Here's Tess Wood out of the stick shift class, running her fast pass. So Tess Wood using her fast pass. And again, stick shift. BJ Saucier. Again, stick shift. Come on down 2 and 3. 10:47, 10:17 for Tess Wood. Her best pass by over 2/10. She went 10:30 last night, goes 10:17. I also just called stick shift so she can come back up. So she can come back up for stick shift if she would like to. Questionable Performance Solutions. Third place in 10-0. Needs to be 10:00. True? So Redhead will get himself a single. Look at him, 10 place in the category. His average right now, 10:06. 10:01 on the button. He loves it. So he goes 10:01. Jesse Haslett with a 10:04 and Travis Erbach with a 10:01. That may move him into the second place in that 10:0 category. Miles Davidson has some issues there, so he'll back that Malibu out. And we'll bring up the leader in the 11:0 category, Michael Hollis. His average 11:03, looking to put 11:03 or better up to put a little bit of space between him and Tony Hansen and Chad Cates. The Crew Cab Malibu. He'll go against Mike Mead. Mead in the 10:0 category, fourth place. His average right now, 10:06. He needs to be 10 flat. Hollis needs to be 11:03 or 2 to keep a little bit of breathing room between him and Tony Hansen and Chad Cates in second and third place, your current leader. So 11:00 will wrap it up. Michael Hollis just needs to make the drive back to Pine Valley Raceway, and he'll be $1,000 richer, and he will win that 10:0 category. That's awesome. 10:03 in the left lane for Mike Mead is going to put a lot of pressure on Red Hat Scotty and Jesse Haslett and Travis Erbach. I'm not sure how that's all going to play out, but both of those beautiful side-by-side passes to end the night. Dennis Stringer in the left lane, looking for an 11 flat. Stringer's last pass here of the night. His average right now, 11:31. He needs to be on the O's to do anything. Goes 19, no good.
Yes, sir.
Attention in the pits. Outlaw Street, come on up, 4 and 5. Outlaw Street, 4 and 5. And Limited Street, coming up 2 and 3. Outlaw Street, 4 and 5. Limited Street, 2 and 3. Chad Cates in the left lane. Third place in the 11:0 category coming into tonight. His average 11:05 needs to be 00 to put himself somewhere near Tony Hansen to get himself into second place. Hollis has the thing locked up if he can make the drive back. Tony Hansen in the right lane. So this is number 2 and number 3. Number 3 in the left lane. 14's no good. And Hansen's going to let off the gas and hit the brakes and say, he can't catch me. I'm not going to beat. Congratulations to all of our folks on the podium in the 11:0 category. Great job, you guys. Brett Marvel in the left lane, the big block naturally aspirated pickup truck. He's going against Nico Christofori. Christofori with the naturally aspirated Fox Mustang with the bow tie engine shop motor. His average right now, 11:73. He's looking to go as quick as he can go. Wheels up top for Christofori in the naturally aspirated. That's all motor. goes 11.78 on that 73. Left lane is 13.62 at 99. Our next pair, Rich Guido in the left lane. The stick shift ride. Phil Balacita in the right lane. The stick shift ride. The class called stick shift. Imagine that. Rich Guido in second place in the category. Attention to the pits, Pro Street. Pro Street, this is your call, 4 and 5. Gasser, come on down, 2 and 3. Again, Pro Street, 4 and 5. Gasser, 2 and 3. So Phil Balacita, looking for a PB, get himself in the 10-0 range. Rich Guido, his average right now, 9:30. He's chasing William Hogan with a 9:29, who's pulling in the water right behind him in the right lane. So Rich, looking to put the thing on the number. He's been as quick as 8:84 on this race, but he has been 8:51 or 2 with the stick shift Pontiac Power GTO. The Canadian Chuck Norris. Looking for an 8-second pass in the left lane. Looking for a 10-second, low 10-second pass in the right lane. Rich goes 10.21, 10.23 in the right lane for Phil. Here is your leader in the stick shift class, William Hogan. He just saw Rich Guido go in the 10.30 range. He knows he's got it locked up. So let's see. Oh, that's not him. I lied. Where is Hogan? He's not coming back around. Okay. Oh, there he is. He's getting in the water in the left lane. Fast pass ride. Again, Pro Street, come on down. 4 and 5. Gasser, come on down, 2 and 3. So BJ Saucy. In the left lane. Banging the gears in that Corvette. Right lane goes 11.56. Hefta goes 13.84. Here's your leader. Again, he just saw Rich Guido go in the 10-second range. He knows he's got this thing wrapped up, but Bill Armstrong's coming up behind him. So Hogan, he's been as quick as 8.87. His average right now, 9.29. After blowing the rear end up and the drive shaft up in spectacular fashion at Ennis. Can he get himself in a position where Bill Armstrong cannot catch him? Armstrong's car should be able to be in the 870 range, which would give him a chance, possibly, if he can go 870 or 860, to get ahead of Hogan. If Hogan doesn't make a good pass here. Pedal the thing, he's way over close to the wall. And on the brakes, smartly, goes 913 at 124. That's a great pass. 70 that car's capable of, he will be really, really, really close to A, beating his buddy Rich Guido, but possibly putting him on the podium here with the Fairlane. He'll go against Tess Wood with that Miss Midnight Maverick stick shift ride. But Armstrong in third place at the moment. His average 9:38. On this race, he's been as quick as 9:11, but again, he has gone as quick as in the 870 range. Tess Wood, her average 13.65, at least up until today, went as quick as 10.30. I think she went 10.12 her last pass, something like that. There goes Bill. Knocking the gear shift around. Doesn't do it, 9.43, and that will set up 9.95. Holy moly, in the 9-second range for Tess Wood. Her best pass of the week by a ton. Great job on the turnaround. She made that pass, came around, cooled the car down, and put it in the 9-second zone. Good for her. The Ford-powered Maverick. That's awesome. 9.95. Bill Armstrong goes 9.43, but that should wrap up the podium in stick shift. William Hogan in the lead. Rich Guido in second. Bill Armstrong in third. And as long as they can make the drive back, that's where it should land. 12-0, 12-0, come on down. 2, 3, 4, and 5, 12-0. Come on down. 2, 3, 4, and 5 for your last pass. Congratulations to Tess Wood putting the thing in the 9s on the drag and drive. Here's yes. Blaine Thiessen. Blaine, second place in Outlaw Street. His average right now, 8:57. The truck is limited to 8:50. ETs, he's chasing Aaron Schaefer, who had an 8:56 coming into tonight. The LT-powered Isuzu pickup truck. Knocks the tire, not going to happen. That'll be his last pass. And he'll save the parts so he can drive. He's in second place in Outlaw Street. That should set up your podium in Outlaw Street. Aaron Schaefer in the lead, 8:56. Blaine Thiessen, 8:57. And Randy Miller, 9:60 in third place. Again, 12-0. 12-0, come on down, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 12-0, 2, 3, 4, and 5, please. Dustin Cottle. The Isuzu Faster. Don't call it a love. Getting down to the nitty-gritty here. Third place in Pro Street. His average 9:14. He's chasing Steve Farber with a 9:09 and Daryl Yost with an 8:74. He needs to be in the 8-second range to put any pressure on Steve Farber to get himself in second place. But I think that Daryl Yost has got that class locked up at the moment. He'll line up next to Nathan King. And some issue in the right lane on Caudill's car. And he'll idle it on down in the right lane. Nathan King goes 12:88, 16:07 in the right lane. Here's the Tesla back. The Tesla in the 12-0 category. That's Daryl Goheen. His average right now, 12:08. Outside looking in. That class is tight. Travis Boltman with the lead with a 12 flat. Jason Ali with a 12:02. James Zezrat with a 12:04. John Long Sr. with a 12:05. Again, coming into tonight, that does not count stuff that they've turned in tonight. The Tesla looking for a 12 flat. You can't hear it. Attention to the pits, 13-0, 13-0, this is your call, 4 and 5, 14-0, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And Junior Street going down lane number 1. And that's it. 13-0, 4 and 5, 14-0, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and Junior Street, lane number 1, and we'll finish up our night. Dan Gosha, the 12-0 Firebird Trans Am. Outside looking in, his average right now 12:14. Even in the 0-0 won't put him on the podium. Again, 13-0, 14-0. Come on down 2, 3, 4, and 5, and Junior Street come on down to 1. 11.99 with a 7. Too quick. Heartbreaker for his last pass. Chad Wilson in the right lane. The Camaro, 1250 sort of average. Mindy Coon in the left lane, 1210, her average. If she goes 1200, she might move into like the 5th place, but no chance to get her on the podium at this moment. Again, 13-0, 14-0 Junior Street. Junior Street come on down to 1, 13-0 and 14-0. 2, 3, 4, and 5, please. For your final pass here at Twin City Raceway. Again, we're tomorrow finishing the thing up at Pine Valley Raceway. Heads-up race, our quickest 32 cars, individual passes. Bracket race everybody else. Here we go, Mike Barnhill. 5th place in the 12-0 category. 12:06 with the Monte Carlo. He needs to be 00 to get any chance to put it on the podium. Outside looking in, 12:41. When all of this averages shake out. James Desrat, 3rd place in the category. The El Camino in the left lane. His average 12:04. Again, needs to be 00 to put some pressure on Jason Elite. Rich Thorpe in the right lane, top 10. His average 12:09. Looking for 12 flats in both lanes. Call 12, 13, 14 in Junior Street. Junior Street in 1. Everybody else 2, 3, 4, and 5. Final call. You have 30 minutes. Or forever hold your peace. Rich Thorpe does it on the button. 12:00 with an 8. Again, that's not going to be enough to get him on the podium. That's a great way for him to finish his night. And that may put him into like 4th place, possibly. Here is James, I'm sorry. 1193 for Desrat's no help. Jordan White, the Charger. 1420 needs to be 00. Still probably not going to be enough. Right lane, Caleb Sextro, same deal, needs to be 00, but that won't be enough. $13.88 and $14.91, no help for either driver. Ryan Brown pulls up in the right lane, 2nd place in the 14-0 category. His average 14:05. He's just trying to hold on to that 2nd place. Anthony Watson has that class licked up. If he can make the drive back, Eric Carroll in the left lane, your leader in the 13-0 class. His average 13:06. He needs to be 2 or better probably to hold on to that lead. Brian Brown. Oh, I ruined my spreadsheet. What did I just do? Oh, there we go. All right. Brian Brown, that 14:05. 5, 6, 7 to keep Matt Potter off of his tail. In 3rd place. 13.50 and 13.97, no help for either. Here's Martin Ranker, the Mustang Fastback. He's 3rd place in 13.0. 1 minute of open staging lanes. 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute. Ranker in 3rd place, again, 13:09 his average. He needs to be 00. Put any pressure on Ernie Riley or Eric Carroll. 14-0 category, way outside looking in. 13-19 and 15-24. Staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. Get your stuff packed back up. If you're in the lanes, we'll run you. Staging lanes are closed. Here's your leader. And I think your winner in 14-0, Anthony Watson, doing his parade lap. In the right lane, the 4th Gen Camaro, 14.01 his average coming into the night. And Brian Brown, you just saw, not able to make the call to get ahead of him. So Watson's going to lead here with the lead and just needs to go back and break the beam. At Pine Valley Raceway, it'll be $1,000 richer. And we'll see him in the bracket race. Left lane is Garrett Hahn. So you know, they just need to make the drive back and it'll be $1,000 richer. And here comes Ernie Riley, our last of our quarter-mile cars.
That four-door Malibu will be a junior street car. That'll be our last ride for the night. So when it comes in, 5, 10,
Here goes Ernie. Second place in the 13-0 category. Needs to be 0-0 on the button to put any pressure on Eric Carroll. He doesn't do it, goes too quick, so that should be your podium in 13-0. Eric Carroll, Ernie Riley, Martin Ranker. Again, they just need to make the drive back, and that will lock that in. Miles Davidson looking for an 8-second pass or a 150-mile-an-hour pass. That was his whole goal for the week with the Malibu, is to go in the 8s or go 150. Can he do it here on his last try? He cannot. Still having issues with the car. So Davidson will back out, and we will bring up our final ride. It's Junior Street.
Roger that, and then we're done. Great job, y'all.
This is it. That's the junior. Landon Hollis, the 80 Malibu. Again, the average he's looking for, 950. He went 960. Unfortunately, could only manage a 20, which means that he probably went too quick at Ennis, and then 10:59 last night. And our final car of the night will be Landon Hollis with the Crew Cab Malibu. On behalf of all of our sponsors, Motion Raceworks, Sick the Mag, 4-Ride Performance, BANGshift Billy, Brian Tooley Racing, Certified Performance, Circle D Specialties, Crower, Disorganized Grime, FM Fab, Force Performance, High Speed Media, BANGshift.com, War Performance, tuned by JP, Cypher Specialties, The Roadrunner Stop Boutique, Portable Car Hoist, Parts Legion, Norex Engineering, Moody's Performance and Design, Mahle Motorsports, Juggernaut Welding and Fab, Joe Tech Motorsports.
Looks like we got one more, and that'll be a quarter-mile car.
Hollis goes 885, looking for that 950. And it looks like we got one more. Nope, we're going to back him out. He is done for the night. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Day number 5, race day. Oh, are we? Yep, we're backing him out. Race day number 4. Day number 5 of race week. Coming to a close. We had some absolute amazing racing here at Twin City Raceway. Thanks so much to all the track staff here. And again, on behalf of Race Week, Matt Frost, June Allison, and everybody here at Twin City Raceway, I'm Adam Dory. Race Week, day number 4. We are tomorrow, day number 5, finishing the thing up at Pine Valley Raceway in Lufkin, Texas. Again, we heads-up race our quickest 32 cars. Pay attention to the Rocky Mountain Race Weekers page to figure out where you land in that when I get all that stuff squared up. Turn in your time slips right now. And thank you guys so much. We are about to put a nice tidy bow on Race Week 2024. And again, I'm Adam Dory, that's Matt Frost, that's June Allison. Race Week, race day number 4, day number 5, and we are done.